Oh, okay. So I gotta click that go live button. Ain't that something? Okay. Ain't that something? Did that for 15 minutes. Wow. Oh well. Forgot to click that go live button on the channel. So okie dokie. We got a selling bounce that kicked off right up in this area. If you try and get that really quick, that's about 240 right there, but you gotta be quick. I mean, your stop would have been way up here at about $400, so I don't know if it's worth it. I'm sitting on the offer right up in here. Yeah, I'm sitting up on the offer right up in this area. If you got in on that short, if you got in on that short, you're up about $1,000. We looked at the, I forgot to click the go live button at 9:15, so that was a fiasco on my end. Um, we have already sold off. We had a sell and bounce right there. We're already up. You had a big sell and bounce right there. We're sitting on the bid down here in this area about 420. Got negative 309 delta right here. Here, let me bring up a, no, I don't want that. I forgot the OFB pulse is different. Let's see if we can't get a live pulse. I did not check that. What? I don't think it really matters. Minimum volume. Resting orders of 15. We'll do that. We'll bring this up here. We're trying to get a bounce. We're at 90 delta right here. If you're trying to get a bounce, that you got some resting bids down there at 400, 400. That's where earlier when I showed on the 5 minutes that there was some resting, there were some large buyers down there at 400 area. We got a large amount of delta right here. Large amount of delta right up in here. You got all right here. You got all those resting bids right there. You can use that as support. Got negative 163 delta on the previous candle. This one's positive 40. You got to think on the 5 minute, you're still sloping downwards on the 5 minute on the moving average. 5 minute candle is still down. So you're counter trend trading right now. We've only been open for about 10 minutes. So positive 102 delta right here, and they kind of broke through that. They at 390 400, we got them resting bids around 400 right up in this area right here. Got about 40 of them, and then 50 down below. So you got about 50 resting bids right here. Got about 56 resting bids, about 60 down in this area. They broke right through that. Wow, they are really dumping this thing this morning. Um, I was not expecting that big of a dump this morning, but they are definitely dumping it. We got negative 756 delta on the previous 1 minute. That is huge. That's pretty big, folks. That's pretty big. Let me look at the 5 minutes, see what we got. We're coming down on that support right here. I'm looking at the 5 minute right here. I mean, this is, if you're trying to catch along, you might want to wait a little bit. You might want to wait a little bit until it starts shifting. You got some large sellers right there, large volume. Large sellers right here. What happened to my large volume, large sellers right up in here? We got buy and balance on the footprint chart right here. I have the imbalance set to 4 times more buyers than sellers at point of control has moved down on the profile, volume profile. Got positive 200 delta. Let me just clear everything out here. You had a 48 contracts kick off right here. Um, 48 buy contracts. That's the biggest one since the New York session. That's the biggest one since the New York session. The large volume profile, if you have it enabled, nothing's going to show up until you have an actual one order execution of large volume like this. We had 48. We're sitting here basing around, but we closed below it. Okay. You got to be careful because we had this large volume right here, but we closed below it. We got a big wick right here. This whole area right here is just this area right here. We got big volume point of control right here. One large buy order right here. You need to close above it, quite honestly. You need to close above it. We're at positive 70. If you're trying to go long your counter trend trading, and that's hard to do. Previous is a basically a doji candle. We're at positive 62, so the delta is looking pretty good. Let me look at the delta on the 5-minute. Yeah, the 5-minute, we're still negative 600 delta on that 5-minute, so that is really bad. If you're trying to catch along your counter trend trading, and what I like to do is I don't like to, I'm not looking for a whole move. I'm just looking for a piece of it. I'm not trying to catch a falling knife. I'm not trying to get a whole complete 100, 200 point move. If I can get 25 points, that'd be great. If I have to sit here for a couple hours, I will. I will do that. I'm trying to, this update that I did, it was a pretty big update, and I really haven't been able to test it. Uh, until right now, to be quite honest. All right, I got to review the code on that, to be quite honest. Uh, all right, where are we at? We're at 374, 376. Okay, 370, 370. Yep, it's all matching up. There's no lag on Bull Knox. See what I talk about trying to catch along right now? Yeah, that wouldn't be too good for you. And the reason you didn't want to try to go long is right here. You had a buy. Right here, you had a buy, but look at all those candles right there. There's wicks all over there, and they're doji candles like little spinning tops. And the delta 270, that was positive delta. Delta down here was not all that great. We're just kind of in a consolidation area. You really want to just uh, sit on your hands and wait. I know it's hard for people to do that, but you got to think on the volume profile, we're in all this area right here. Okay. Point of controls right here on the volume profile. We have big negative delta right there. We're down below it right here. If you see that little pill box right there on the price line, I need to work on that a little bit. We're down below. We're at the low value area. I mean, we're right at the lows, and are we going to keep breaking it like we did last week? I mean, this is the kind of stuff you really need to think about. This is the kind of stuff you really need to think about. If you're trying to catch a falling knife, trying to go long, Man, I'm telling you, it's crazy because you got 48 contracts. All right, we had 45 buy contracts. They are definitely the buyers are stepping in, but 48, 45, I mean, they're stepping in a little bit. As you can see here on the live pulse, you got some sellers up there on the live pulse. You got some buyers up there, and this yellow thing, this yellow bar right here with that thin yellow line, that right there is the point of control for the large buying. Right now, that 48 buyer underwater, this 45, uh, not underwater right now, but getting there. At 3.5, we got some resting bids at 3.5. Let's look at the heat map and see what that's. Yeah, got some resting offers up there at 400. They're just sitting up there. There's quite a few of them. If we look at the heat map, I click heat map. We got about 40 sitting up there at about 400. Got some resting bids down there at three quarter. So where are we at on the daily right now? Right now we're giving back most of our gains on the overnight session. I'd be careful about trying to catch falling knife. We need to wait for a shift in momentum right there at about 357. We got some resting. There we go. Hopefully they can hold them off, hold them off, hold them off. You want to see absorption right here and it hold. Okay, you want to see absorption right there and hold like it's doing. If it breaks down, if it we're holding this area, if it breaks down to this area right here, that's not good. And if we do break down, we need to immediately aggressive come right back up. Okay. We got 31 contracts sell that kicked off. We got point of control for large volume up on the buy side. So far, the largest buy-in was 48 buy contracts. It's not a whole lot. What I'm seeing, I mean, it's 950. I'm seeing a lack of large participation from institutions and market makers. That's what I'm seeing. We're seeing a lack of large participation from institutions, market makers. Um, why does that thing keep coming in and out? Um, this YouTube thing, it says current viewers, and then all of a sudden it keeps going in and out to nothing, and then it kind of refreshes. I don't know what it's doing. What's my stream settings? Uh, Ultra low latency. That's good. Yeah. 10:30. Powell speaks at 10:30, about half hour. Got to be careful. That could move the market a little bit. That could move the market a little bit. Um, I'll be honest with you. I didn't think we would sell off this much. I'll be honest, I did not think we would sell off this much. We're starting to base, but this moving average right here, this yellow line is a order flow bar moving average. It's a custom moving average that I got. When this starts sloping upwards and we're closed above it, that's giving me some good signals to go long. Uh, right now, it's just been sloping downwards. As you can see, it's just been down. If you caught this short earlier, right here we had a double sell and bounce area right there. If you caught that, that was good. Uh, Well, we have a sell and bounce area right here. We got negative 160 delta. So this is the biggest update that I've done for this add-on. I'm sure there's going to be some quirky stuff with it. Um, the only thing I can say is if you find an issue, send an email to support@orderflowbars.com. It's on the indicator page. You go to profiles and if you log in and go to your profile page, that profile page is going to update. Uh, you go to indicators, there's an email support@orderflowbars.com. If you find any major issues or you're having problems, just go ahead and contact me. Uh, Try not to leave a comment uh, in the YouTube uh, for support because I might see it, I might not. That's all right. We got some large filling right up in here. We got some large filling orders right up in here. As you can see, the large volume of the fill orders, it's being filled right up in this area right here. You can see by this. You can see by this thing right here. This whole column right here. That one's for sellers, and this whole column is for buyers. Uh, yeah, they are. Whoa, man! This market is just. Man, they are real. I did not expect this at all. Here, let me look at the 5 minutes, see how big of a dump this is. It's about 175 points so far. This is bigger than this is not what I was expecting. Kind of threw me off. I was not expecting a big a move like this, especially in pre-market when we had those buyers, large buyers, step in at pre-market. I forgot to hit the go live button. My system does not. Uh, did you go to tools and if you go to if you go to tools and do remove ninja script assembly, if you go to tools and you click on remove ninja script assembly and choose order flow pulse and click remove, that will remove everything. Yeah, you go to tools import. And I'm wondering if the problem is because the old one is in the new menu system. If you go to Tools, Remove Ninja Script Assembly, another window will pop open. Go ahead and choose Order Flow Pulse and remove it completely from the system and then just do a clean install. Um, yeah, I'm just wondering if, because I created a new menu bar. I created a new menu bar right here. Right here, you'll see a new menu bar, OFB. I removed it from new, and there's a new menu bar, and I'm just wondering if the old one is conflicting with the new one when it's trying to update. That's why I'm thinking if you just click remove Ninja Script Assembly under Tools, that just completely removes it, and then you do a fresh install. Man, we are really dumping. I did not expect this. Okay, I'll check it out. I didn't look over there. Yeah, tools. Yeah, I need to do a video, a short video about this, or I need to do a short video on the YouTube channel about that, and then actually put that in the education section of the site. Wow. Yeah, we're just this is really the sellers. But the thing is, they're running this down. We're seeing some large orders within the 100 milliseconds, but no large one single orders. Down there around 290, you got some bids sitting there on the books. Um, right here, got them sitting on the book spot right there. Um, kind of came down to it a little bit, and we kind of ran up about 20 points. The ATR, yeah, I'd be careful. Uh, we had a shift in momentum, so we had a run down. Had 92 negative delta. We had a doji with a shift in delta of about 27. Yeah, if you ever have an issue with an add-on, any add-on, you can always do a real clean install by doing the Ninja script remove assembly. It just cleans it completely out, and then reboot NinjaTrader. That's the thing, you have to clean it out, remove it, reboot NinjaTrader, and then just do a clean install. Um, I installed this on a laptop that I have basically underneath my desk. It's an old Razer laptop, and I know the new version. I know the new version. The download link is the new version because I did it on the other laptop. Positive 237 delta. That's a pretty big delta shift. Hopefully, the selling has stopped, but we don't know because you got to be careful with this. You got to be careful with this. If you do this, you got to be careful because what they can do is they can run this down, run it up. That's an inside bar right there. Okay. We could break that low and just keep dumping. So you got to be careful. We got a buy and balance. It's kicking off. It just got removed. You got the 5 minute moving average is definitely sloping downwards. The 5 minute candle is positive. The delta is at 350 on a 5 minute candle, positive 350, positive 360. So we're at positive 60 delta. We're at delta neutral in the current 1 minute. We need to get a delta surge. We cannot be sitting here. Positive 40 delta, 100 delta. We got buy and bounce. It's getting absorbed. All righty. We're just sitting here at a positive delta. We're getting absorbed. At 3 1/4, you got some pretty good support there, but this ain't looking good. They just really selling this thing down. See what I talk about when they dump, you see what I talk about when come on, man. You see what they sold it, they ran it up. This area right here, they broke it and then they dumped it. We got a lot of buyers that are stepping in, but I don't know what they're gonna do. This thing is just so weak right now. This whole market with all this stuff going on. Got 5 minutes that looks like it's trying to form a hammer. And what they could do, they could just base around in this area for a while. They could just consolidate in this area and then run it right back up. Got positive 260 gauge delta on that candle right there, previous 1 minute. We got them sitting on the offer there at 3 1/2. You gotta be careful about 50 contracts at 3 1/2. Moving average is starting to flatline. Positive delta in the previous 1 minute. We got positive delta. Previous 5 minute, we got positive delta of 482, which is nice, and the current delta is 140. So that's nice. That's nice. If they break this, we're good. If they keep dumping, man, this is going to get ugly. The current 5 minutes, we got Delta sitting on the books there at 3.5, sitting on the books on the offer at 3.5. So so I got in around this area right here because on a 5 minute it was starting to break, and as soon as we got up here around 3.5, I just went on ahead and cut it for about 10 points. So when it ran up here and we were right up in this area, right up in here, I just went on ahead and cut it. Because the reason I got in is because this candle right here, we have some good positive delta. This candle here was breaking this area right here. So I got in, got a quick just got a quick 10 points and then just moved on. Removed. Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And I have this on the install video. You have to click on settings. Here. You have to go to settings and you have to click on license. There's a video out there. You have to click on license. And when you log into your profile, when you log into the site, go to indicators and there's the license. You have to paste the license into license right here. Yeah, I got a video out there. Plus on the site, I'm trying to focus. Come on, man, get out of here. Um, Here, I need to shut this down. This is uh, we're right up here on the 5 minute moving average. You got to be careful. We're right up against the 5 minute moving average. Sometimes it can break right through. Sometimes it'll sit there, and maybe on a 5 minute, we don't know if we're going to run down, run back up, and then dump this to new lows. Okay, that's why when I saw the 10 points, I just went on ahead and got out. To be quite honest, right now I'm at break even because I tried to get in on the break here earlier, and then I took a small loss. Then I got in on the break of this again. I tried it for a second time. It ran up. I basically took my money, and I basically had break even. Okay. Um, on the site, I have, I hope it's there. On the site, I have it right here. Attention, open settings and use the free license key to activate. You just have to open up settings, use the license key, and activate that. Uh, and it should be fine. And then they'll say up here, license activated. I want to do it differently. I want to do it a little bit differently, but right now that's just the easiest way I could get it done. Um That's the easiest way I could get it done. Duh, duh, duh. Okay, we've extended from the 1 minute moving average pretty heavily. We got a doji candle, a little spinning top up here. We're at positive 47 delta. We could possibly, we could possibly get a pullback into the moving average area. Okay, we could possibly get a pullback into the moving average area if we look at the heat map here. Uh, Nothing's really lighting up that heavily. I really don't use the heat map all that much, to be quite honest. Now that I've actually built out a traditional footprint chart, I kind of look at the numbers right here. I kind of look at the numbers right up in this area and see uh, if the sellers are being updated right here. What I do is I look right here and say, okay, are the sellers is there a lot of sellers? Is there a lot of accumulation and we're not breaking through, like, on an area where the histogram is? That, alright, we got 75 sellers that kicked in, and it's the largest sell order right now. If you look at the, LG volume profile, if you look at the LG volume profile, this right here, that yellow right there, whoops, it just shifted on me. That yellow right there, that yellow right there. Okay, that is a point of control for the large volume, for large single order volume. Right now, 75 sell contracts. That is the largest order of the New York session, and it's a sell because it's on the sell column. Okay, that's what this little bar is with the little skinny thing. That just so you're in the sell column. Okay, and you had large sell order right now. And if you kind of scrunch this down, you'll be able to see there was a lot of buyers down this area, a little bit of a buyer right here. This is the point of control right here. And since it's over on this area, yeah, that's the largest seller. Okay. And sometimes it'll drop off because, do, do, here, let's switch over to a Delta chart. Because I got a delta chart. We switch over to a delta chart. I'll be able to tell you the delta. You can use instead of a delta chart, you can go solid candles if you want. If you want to do solid candles, you can do that. You can go to volume. That'll show the volume. Okay. This will show the delta, and of course the footprint chart. That's what we were looking at. Uh, uh, yeah. Yeah, Steve. Let me know if that is working for you. Because when you click on ticker, um, this is the largest update that I've done so far for this add-on. This is a pretty big update. Yep, works fine now. Yeah, yeah. Sorry about the. I just don't know how. I mean, I did a video, but most people probably are not going to watch the video. But I kind of maybe the wording on the site could be a little bit different. I need to do a release page. Uh, I need to do a release page. Uh, Here, I'll be right back. I gotta go do something. I forgot about how to check license. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because the add-on and now the DOM is still the free license is still hard coded into the DOM. And that's the way it was on this add-on. You never had to put in a license key because I just had it hard coded in there. Now that this thing is going to get released next month, um, I'm having to do the license key thing. Alrighty. Do you have Discord channel? I thought about that. No, I don't have a Discord channel. If this gets big enough, I will. Right now, I don't want to deal with a Discord channel and having to manage that as well. I have a hard enough time trying to code this thing and get everything going, trade myself, because I have to trade for a living, and trade myself. But in the future, if this gets big enough, I will. Uh, okay, right now the moving average kind of flatlining, as you can see right here. As you can see right here, it's just kind of flatlining the moving average. Okay, this is what the market will do. The market, what it will do is it will run down, find a bounce area like this. It runs up. It'll find a bounce area like this, and it either runs back up or runs back down. So right now I'm sitting on my hands. I really don't want to do anything. We've got a double buy and bounce area. This is actually looking really good. Um, we've got a double buy and bounce area. We're butting right up against the moving average on the 5 minute. We've got the positive 190 delta on the previous. This is actually looking good. The only bad thing is we got a lot of negative delta coming in currently right now. We got that negative 75. We got this 75 lot right here that got kicked off. We have uh, large buyers. Now, if we shift on this candle, this might be good if we can shift on this candle. I'm looking at a delta candle right now. I'm looking at a delta candle. That 75 seller, you got to be careful because they could just throw in 200 contracts in here. That is not a retail trader. That is an institution or market maker slinging around 75 contracts in one order. So you got to be careful. We got an inside bar on this. You got to be careful because we have in this area right here, in this area right here, you got a lot of negative delta. We're right at the point of control. Okay. I mean, we are right at the point of control in the volume profile. You got a lot of negative delta right there. You got big sellers up in this area. Okay, you got to be careful. If you're trying to catch a break of this and go long, which this is somewhat of a valid trade because this buy and bounce was 50% of it, but we're flatlining on the 1 minute moving average. I don't like that. I need for that to be sloping upwards. We got another inside bar, so they're going to make a decision. Are they going to dump it or are they going to run it up? We got the 5 minute that's kind of slowing down on the moving average. We got a delta shift coming in here. I'm gonna test the waters a little bit. Uh, Positive 1/4 delta. We need to start moving. We really need to start moving. We're right up against the 5 minute. So I just gotta get out of the trade. I can't do that. I gotta get out. I tried to get some I tried to get in right here, okay? I tried to get in right here on the break of this, thinking we're gonna run up because of the delta. This 191 delta is good. Basically had a delta neutral on that doji candle. We were positive 56. I tried a little bit, so I just cut it for a small loss, and I'm glad I did because now it looks like we're going to dump it. That's what I said. You got to be real careful. You got 75 seller contracts right here. 75 seller. That's not retail trader. We're right at the point of control. We're up in this area. I tried it. We were not moving anywhere. We were trying to get the buy-in up in there. We were not moving. Positive 56 delta, but we weren't really moving. So once we started moving back down, I just cut it. I was like, I'm out. I'm done. I missed the short because I didn't think we would do that. Yeah, Powell, 1030. Yeah. Boy, I'm glad I dumped that thing. We got Powell speaking at 10:30. Come on, man. Why do they keep doing this? Trump did this crap last week about talking at like 10:30. Now you got Powell, the old fart, running his mouth at 10:30. I'll put Powell on once he starts talking. Powell's not talking right now. I tried to get in on this trade right here because we had a buy and bounce right here. Okay, we had an inside bar right there. Then we had a little doji candle right here. The delta was okay. On this candle, delta was going neutral, so I tried to get in on the break of this, thinking we could probably try to get that 75 to take some heat. Once we broke this, it would have been good night for him. Uh, but I took a small loss. So right now, I have a loser, I have a winner, and I have another loser. So I'm a little bit down for the day, not very much. One good trade could get me really positive. So that's the way it is, folks. And I knew I was doing it counter trend trading because if you look at this, look at that area right there. If you look at this, you'll see this area right here. The moving average was still sloping downwards. So that was not an ideal trade for me to take. And I knew that. Yeah, I mostly go live every day on YouTube, 9:15. Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, I have to take off at about 11:40, and I'm usually back by 12:30. I usually have to take off and then I come right back. But I just keep the stream running. Uh, but I'm going to be trying to be going live here. I try to go live at 9:15 every morning. Um, we're still waiting for Pal. He's supposed to speak at 10:30, but just like Trump, late. Just like Trump, late. Okay, I'm not going to try you again because I've already tried you. This area right here is kind of a hard area uh, to be trading because, for one thing, we're right here in the middle of this right here. Okay, you're right in the middle of this right here. I mean, you're right in the middle. Okay, you do not want to be taking trades like that. I tried it up in this area. Thinking we would get a nice break, and then if we broke that, then we could have easily probably tried to get a 50-pointer, but that didn't happen. I was counter trend trading from the 5-minute. What I like to see is the moving average on the 1-minute, order flow bar moving average, sloping upwards, and the 5-minute right here, the 5-minute needs to close above the moving average, and it either needs to be flatline or sloping upwards on the 5-minute. Okay. And it wasn't like that when I took that trade right there, which is fine because I was like, well, this is risky. I could be taking a stop out. I didn't take a full stop out because I'm like, nope. Right up in this area, we were getting absorbed. Let me look at a footprint real quick. Yeah, see, you got to think about this. Right here, we have 22 buys, 55 buys, and 38, 52, 22. That was really nice. Okay, that was good. It was positive delta, but we weren't going anywhere. Once we started moving back down, I was like, I cut the trade and took a small loss. I was like, I'm not doing that. Uh, yeah.
Jerome Powell.
Let me cut that down a little bit.
Chair Powell's path to the pinnacle of economic policy was not paved with mathematical modeling in an economics doctoral program.
Man, why do they do this right in the middle of the market hours?
Of institutions and laws. Raised in Washington, D.C., he attended Princeton University, where he earned a Bachelor of Arts in Politics in 1975. He then attended Georgetown University Law Center. While earning his law degree, he also served as editor-in-chief of the Georgetown Law Journal, one of the world's most influential and prestigious legal publications. He then started a career of extraordinary impact and breadth. He distinguished himself first in the private sector, working in investment banking and private equity, notably as a partner at the Carlyle Group.
I wouldn't do anything, to be quite honest.
Answering the call for public service.
I really wouldn't be doing anything.
As Assistant Secretary and then Undersecretary of the Treasury under President George H.W. Bush. In 2012, he returned to public service as a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. His nomination to serve as chair in 2018 by President Donald Trump, and then his
got resting bids down in this area right here.
By President Joe Biden.
You got resting bids down this area. You got the buyers right there.
To his bipartisanship. Chair Powell approaches economic stewardship with a philosophy grounded in empirical evidence, institutional humility, collaboration, and public service.
All right, we got a sell and
Like the
balance
greatest
on the
Fed
sell candle
chairs
right
in
here.
our history, Paul Volcker, Ben Bernanke, Chair Powell advances the interests of our nation and
You got a
not
lot
his
of
own,
buyers right here.
sometimes at
Got to
great
be
personal
careful.
cost.
You got those buyers right there that were
We
there
are
previously.
immensely privileged to have him share his insights today. Please join me.
Every business is asking the same question.
Oh,
How do we
come
make AI work for us? With NetSuite by Oracle, you can put AI to
You
work
you got
today.
to be
To find out
careful.
how, get the business guide
You had those buyers
Demystifying
right
AI
there.
free
Come on,
at
man. Enough with the ads.
netsuite.com/AI cloud.
I'd like to start at the beginning of your career. You studied politics and then law, and then
See, we moved
eventually
down, but you got
pivoted
all those
from
buyers
that
right
to
there, and
public
that's where they
service.
came in.
Were you thinking about public service and economic policy making at the start, or did all of that come as a surprise later? And how did you decide
You
to
know,
make
I
the
don't even
pivot
know if this guy's
when
going
you
to
were
be
in the
doing
middle of your
anything.
career?
I'm just going to shut him off. He's not going to. He's just going to be. The market's going to move. If you want to listen to him, you can go to financialjuice.com. Um, we moved down. You really don't want to be trying to go short right here. You really don't want to be trying to go short, okay, and try to get a move down. And the reason why is because you had all those buyers previously earlier today, earlier this morning, okay, and they're kind of holding that area right there. That's why I didn't want to try and go short real quick. I mean, you could have probably tried to get yourself 5 points, but it's not worth it, in my opinion. Um, you got the 5 minute right here. The 5 minute right here, as you can see, we've got buyers right here, the 45 to 40, the 60, 75 seller. We're still sloping downwards on the moving average on the 5 minute, so that is still bearish. We really need to be above this area right here in order to even try and think about catching along. Okay, that's just the way it is. When you're in this consolidation area, and this is what the market likes to do, it will actually like to move down, and then we kind of form a consolidation area. And right up in this area is where new traders try to catch a falling knife and go long. Every now and then they will get lucky, but then sometimes they get chopped up in this area and they get pissed off when they should just be sitting on their hands. So we got that 40 contracts that kicked off right there. We got a sell and bounce area, and we actually, you have this seller right here, and you got that sell and balance, and we closed above it. That's good, but not good enough. Plus, you got Powell speaking, so that's little. You got to be careful with that. I mean, he is still speaking, so you got to be careful about that. Let me at least put him up
how much
there.
you believe in something until you
What I'm looking for is I'm looking for a move up. Don't don't chase it, but move up in a nice pullback. We got resting offers up there about 3.5. They're still sitting up there, up in this area. Right up in this area, they're still sitting up there about 3.5, about 70 offers. So if you try to get a move up there, yeah, that's 25 points. But I mean, look at this big wick we're forming. See that big wick right there? That's not good. The delta is going negative. You got all this negative delta right here. You got these buyers right here holding them off, but we're looking for good signal to go long. I mean, we're definitely bearish on the 5 minute and bearish on the 1 minute. We're going to break the lows again. Yep. On the heat map, you got wrestling offers down there at 2.5 right here, about 250, 240. We're going to break the lows again. We have an inside bar right here. That's usually a good sign to go short. You see how we have the inside bar? Did not break the low, did not break the high. We got positive 75 delta though. This one right here is negative 34 delta, which is good. So if you break that low, you got to be looking at who's sitting on the books right here. Right now, you got about 50 sitting right there. So if you try to get short right here, you got to put your stop up here, which is about 20 points. And you're trying to get down in here, which is about 25 points. You might be able to make that. Like I say, if you get about halfway there, you need to move to a break even, especially with Powell speaking. Like right now, if you got that, like right now, I'd be moving, probably sell a little bit and move to a break even. You definitely want to be taking profits if you get down in this area right here at about 3.5. Okay, you definitely want to be doing that. Right now, since we're not moving, we moved from here to here. When you get about 10 points, you need to just pay yourself a little bit and move to a break even. Like I always say, trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana. Because right now you probably come back up to the break even. But at least you paid yourself a little bit. Yeah. Okay, I'd definitely be getting out. And the reason why is because for one, we didn't get down we didn't get down to this area right here. We had about 250 bids sitting right there. You had a sell order right here of 53. We have a doji candle right up here that closed above. Okay, and you're getting in here. You should have taken profits up in this area and moved to a break even, and now you just got stopped out with the rest of it. But at least you paid yourself a little bit. You got to be disciplined because if you try to get in here and you try to shoot for a 50 pointer, you got to be able to read the charts and read the numbers of what's going on. You've got all this resting bids right here for support. You broke the low. You had an inside bar right here. You get in a little bit. You pay yourself a little bit, and you move to a break even. See if you can get a runner down here. And also, maybe you'll break that area. We have no idea, but we didn't. We don't have much sitting up on the offers up here. You see how we're traveling pretty quickly through that because the heat map's not lighting up. Okay, you know how, like right up in this area, if you look at it, I don't know why. If you look at it right here, you see all that area right there. Yeah, we kind of poked down a little bit, but then we kind of ran back up. We got a little bit of resting offers up in this area right here. If you look at the large volume, what we've done, you have the biggest right there, that yellow. This right here, that yellow means that is a large seller. That was at 75 contracts, I think. Uh, we're breaking that area. Oh, come on, man. Get that thing out of there. We've got the movement on this is just a little too much. We're starting to break up. Got 49 buy contracts. We're above the point of control on the volume profile. Are we going to close above the 5 minute? If you look at the 5 minute, that's what the 5 minute is forming. Are we going to close above that 5 minute? Well, we got about 2 minutes. And if we do, that could be good. Maybe the selling has stopped. And you got to think, we got some big, large candles right here. That's about 40 points. It's like an $800 move. And this is pretty big movements today. That's about 35. You know what I really need to do is start putting in another add-on we can put in the OFB menu called data, OFB data, or something like that, OF data. And it actually tells you the high, the low of the day, the session, the overnight session high and low, the ATR, where the VWAP is, things like that. I mean, I can guarantee we're below the volume weighted average price. We got, yes, that would be good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just need to find the time to do it. Right now, this right now the add-on order flow pulse is actually pretty solid right now. It has most of the features that I really want. So there's small things like that I want to do, like a data window. Also, what I want to do is the DOM, which is in beta. It's uh, that has execution buttons that work. I'm going to put in another window, kind of like what I have here. This window right here, where I do my basic entries. I want to have my own window. Uh, that I put the order executions in. And next month, if I can get enough support for this and enough people are interested, uh, I'm going to start working on a chart trader because we really do need that. The thing about an add-on Ninja Trader, you can't with an indicator. You can throw on the indicator, and that works fine with the chart trader. But with an add-on, you have to code every single thing yourself. Powell ain't saying nothing. The dude just ain't saying nothing. I'm gonna shut you down. You're not saying anything. The market's moving. The ATR is pretty high. Here's the thing: if you're used to slinging around 1 minute, yeah. So the VWAP's at 344. Yeah, I mean, we the ATR. If you're what I like to do, if I'm below like 30, I'm okay slinging around the minis. Once it starts getting into like above 30 and up in the 30 to 40 range, I really start thinking about downsizing and going to like a handful of micros because of the movement and because of the amount that you would lose with the minis. When the market is volatile, you have to size down. I know you can make a lot, but you can also lose a lot. And with this eval, I mean, it got hit a little bit this morning, uh, but I'm like $700-800 away from passing it, so I got to be careful. Uh, right now, we're flatlining on the 1 minute moving average. If we look at the 5 minute, we did not close above it. We're still sloping down on the 5 minute. So that's telling me and look at 75, 40, 53, 39. You got the sellers in there, but you also got some buyers. That's why we're just sitting here like in a nice big range, to be quite honest. Uh, Also what I thought about right here with the large volume, like right here at 340, there was a large buyer, 350 large buyer, 304, there was a buyer. Right now, you see how this point of control for the large volume profile is kind of like in between? That means the buyers and the sellers are kind of like equal. Okay. They're somewhat equal. Uh in that price range, they're somewhat equal. Uh I'm still kind of I need to think about how I want to do this point of control, but right now it's kind of equal. Uh, there's no other platform that has something like that. Uh, Also, I've looked at other platforms. I don't see them having the large volume profile, large single order contracts volume profile like this. Uh, that gives you, hey, this is what has happened throughout the New York session. You have really large buyer up there around 355 up in this area. Right now, the point of control for the volume profile, large volume profile is kind of equal. Okay, this is good. See the 5 minute moving average still sloping down, but we closed above it. Okay, that's good. If you can get that large seller right there, if you can get them taking some heat, which I tried it right here, didn't work out, took a small loss. And if we break this area right here, we could possibly come up here and get a nice 50-point move. Of course, that might happen when I'm away from the desk at 11:40, but I'll keep everything up and running. And if I do miss it, oh well, there's another trade around the corner. that? 355. Yeah, you got that large buyer. I mean, I'm sorry, you got that large seller right up here around 355. So that is roughly about 25 points, but we're not doing anything. Uh, we're going to break this positive delta right here in at the top of the sloppiness area. Right up here at the top, and we got 130 positive delta. We're above the volume point of control. Previous 5 minute closed positive. We need a delta surge. We need we need that 75 to be taking some heat. We're still climbing. And I am out of that trade. And the reason I'm out, the reason I took the trade to begin with, okay, the reason that I took the trade to begin with is the moving average is sloping upwards. Okay. We had this candle right here. It was a negative 43 delta. We have this candle right here that surged up with a positive of 130 positive delta. Plus, it's a bullish engulfing candle. So that's why I kind of got long here, and then I took my profits up in here. I made back a little bit. This was a very risky trade. I really can't call signals like buy here, sell here, just because the SEC would have my butt in a sling. Plus, if you look at the 5 minute, we were breaking that 5 minute area right there. We were breaking this 5 minute, the previous 5 minute high. We were breaking that area. We were right at the 75. So, are they going to slam the market back down? Powell's running his mouth. So, I got to trade like a monkey, see banana, take banana. So, that's what I have to do. I see banana, I take banana. Let's look at if you're on a delta chart, this is pretty good on a delta chart because you got to think about this. I'm so used to looking at a footprint chart, but think about this. You have the moving average sloping upwards. You got the 5 minute that closed above it. We were getting ready to break the 5 minute, okay, previous high. You have this candle right here. You have this candle right here that engulfed that candle right there. The delta shifted from negative 43 to positive, from negative 43 to positive 130. Okay. So I got in on the break of that. I was looking at the buy orders coming in on the footprint chart. So then I got in, we came up here. I started seeing all this negative delta. So I just kind of got out. Okay. Did I get out too early? Yeah. I mean, maybe. But the thing is, yeah, I could have made a 40-point move, but I made the decision to cut the trade right up in this area because of that negative delta, because of this right here, because of this negative delta right here. Okay. That negative delta right there. Plus, you're in this area right here where you've got in the New York session, all that negative delta, plus you got that large seller right there. That large 75 seller was right there, plus that other large seller right there. And I'm seeing the negative delta, and I'm in down here, and I'm just going to take my 15 points and move along. Okay. Um, Did I miss a trade and I could have made like a lot more? Yeah, I probably could have passed this eval by now. But I made the decision on this candle here. Okay. I made the decision on this candle here because you got to think about it. That 75 seller was still sitting there. You're at a negative delta right up in this area right here. You're at negative delta, big negative delta, big sellers right there. I'm in right here on a bullish engulfing candle. I'm up in this area. I see to the left of me that big seller right there. Okay. We tried to go right here and then we slammed down on that candle. So I see the negative delta starting to come in. So I just cut the trade because the market can move so fast down with Powell speaking. I mean, the man could fart in a meeting and would move the market. So I have to make the decision to get out. Okay. To get out because look where we're at. I mean, should I have held for another 25 points for a $500 move? I don't know because I'm not a hindsight trader. I'm looking at what the market is giving me right now. And that right there is what the market was giving me. The market was telling me this right here. So I cut my profits. I did not have a runner on because, well, the market's kind of whacked out of its mind right now. So I'm kind of down, and I was trading a mini. The market's kind of crazy right now. No, I don't want to. Get out of here. So the market is kind of whacked out of its mind right now. So I just kind of just don't worry about it. See, I was right here. So when you're looking at the footprint chart and you see 57 sell, 27 sell, 18, 19, and you see 26 buy, 38 buy, and you see all of that right there, when you see this much, let me go down here. When you see this right here, okay, this right here, the blue violet is the sellers, the green is the buyers. You're seeing 57 sell, 26 buy, 63 sell, 73 buy, 28, 33. It's really not going anywhere, and it was kind of getting eaten up going down. Plus, I had this area I had to deal with. So I have to get out because that's what the market was telling me at the time. That's what it looked like on the footprint chart. And don't worry about leaving money on the table. It happens. It's gonna happen. It's just the way it is. Wow. What we got going on? Traders erase Fed hike bet and price and chance of cut this year. Okay, we got some traders erase Fed hike bet and price and chance of cut this year. Okay, you guys have no idea what you're doing with the news. You just throw crap out there. Do they have AI writing this stuff for them? I have no idea. We have a big old topping tail. Okay, you see that 238 buyer? That's one execution of 238 contracts. As you can see right here, the point of control for the volume. You see all the blue violet sell volume column and the buy volume column. You see how that point of control has shifted over to the buy? That means the buyers are in huge control at 23,400. Now, could they lose that control? Absolutely. But that's just what it's telling me right here. Okay. What you can do is if you like trying to take these pullback trades, you have a pullback here, but you got 74 delta. You got 80 some delta going right now. Okay. S- some scalpers, this moving average kind of sloping upwards, you can try to take a trade up in this area, but you got to think about where you want to take your stop. You want to take it at the low right here. Okay. Do you want to take it right here? And that right there would be like a $350 stop or something roughly in that area. See, right now, I wouldn't be taking it because of that 138 negative delta. I normally don't try and take these pullbacks, especially in the kind of market condition we're in. I just don't try and take that. Right now, that 238 buyer is taking some pretty big heat, about 30 points. Also, you got to look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute, we've deviated the 5 minute moving average, we've deviated quite far. So we could pull back to the 5 minute into this area right here. If you hold this area in the next few minutes, then we could move up. That's what my plan is. Right now, I'm basically break even for the day. I took some risky trades. Uh, I'll be honest, I haven't taken any trades that are in my main trading plan, to be quite honest. We got all that sell and bounce area. We got a point of control. If you get in right now, your stop's about $200. You want, and if you come down here to the point of control into this area, it's about a 20 point move. It's risky because look at the 5 minute. It's risky because look at the 5 minute. We're coming right back down to the order flow bar moving average. So if you get in on the short right there and you get halfway there, you got to be selling half and moving to a break even. Just because the 1 minute and 5 minute are contradicting each other. That's the problem. And then we got negative 266 delta, negative 40, negative 38 delta. That's not very convincing for me that we're going to keep moving down. Of course, we could, but it's not very convincing. Plus, you had large buyer in that 340 area, large buyer in that 3/2 area right there. Not too large, but they were there. That's institution market maker activity. You don't have retailers slinging around 30 some contracts in one execution. You can use that 60 seller as support. Okay. If you get in here, you can use that 60 seller as support. That's like a 20 point stop. So, I mean, 20 points is right down in this area for a 1 for 1. But you're right here at the point of control. You got a little bit right there, 33 sell contract right here at 340. See, me personally, if you try to get on the break of that, which is kind of hard to do because the 5 minute moving average is sloping upwards, my stop would probably be right here because we kind of ran up, down. If we get past that area, more than likely we're coming up here to the moving average, and I'm not going to sit there and take a full stop out. Um, and then once you get down to this area right here, and you see that spinning top right here, just go ahead and take your profits. Just go ahead and take your profits. I mean, you can always get back into the trade. Like I always say, commissions are a heck of a lot cheaper than a full stop out. And if we start breaking this area, if you took some profits and then you got out here and we start breaking this area right here, you can always get back in. You can always get back in. We're right here. You got to be careful about trying to take a trade right here because, for one, we're right here at the point of control. Okay. We're right here at the point of control. I could possibly, if I go to settings, I could possibly take the volume profile, is RTH, New York session, volume profile tick merge. I have it set to 4. I could set it to 8 and then click apply. And then it gives you a little bit more. That's like a 2-point bar right there. That's like 2 point. Whoops. Let me get rid of that. That's like two points. Each bar, volume profile bar, is 2 points. Gives you a little bit more data kind of merged in. And the reason I do that is because, one, the NQ is a thinly traded market. So it trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. And I usually tick merge it to that. And I have it separated from the other. I'm looking at a 1 minute, but I'm tick merging the 1 minute to a whole point. So uh, I'm tick merging the 1 minute chart to 1 point. So each column right here, each line right there, each line right here is one whole point on the NQ. And the reason I do that is just because it's a thinly traded market. We're consolidating in this area. And the reason we're consolidating in this area, we had a pull back. We pulled back to the point of control where most of the volume is for the day. And we're kind of consolidating in this area. And I switch over to a delta chart. Now, see, if you get in on the break of this, you got all this volume right up in this area you got to deal with, and that positive volume delta. Got negative 170 delta. We need to start surging downwards. Negative 1.3 delta. You got all of that right there. All of that. If we break this, it could be good for us. Okay. If we break this, oh, come on. Come on, drawing tool. See, we broke that area. You see that big area right there? It, once we get through that volume and that positive delta, you see how we're kind of moving down into this big negative delta area? You have low delta neutral area right here. We could possibly get down into this area right here. These are the things you really need to look at. And if you did get in here, you got to take some profits and move to a break even up here. You just got to. You can always get right back in. So if you broke that area right there and you got in, you, that area we needed to get through, this big volume area with the big positive delta. That's 2 points right here. Each bar is 2 points, okay? Because that's how I have it set up. And then, as you can see, we're kind of moving down. We came through this low delta area right here, okay? What you have to be aware of is you got these buyers right here and you got this buyer down here, okay? So if you get in here, you got that buyer right there. That would be a 25-point move right there for you. These are the kind of things you really need to think about when you're trading order flow. You have to think about the volume profile and the delta where you're at previously. and also where these large buyers and sellers are. Whoops. No, don't want to do that. All right. And the 5 minute right here, we're starting to roll back over. You're probably coming down here, 270 area right here. Right now, we're looking at a delta chart. Right now, we had a down candle, stacked sell imbalance right here with a positive delta of 39. Okay, that could be a shift that we're slowing down. Okay, that could be a signal to let you know we could be slowing down. And look at that. This area right here. You see that? See that positive delta climbing to 200? If you're in here and you didn't start paying yourself, you need to start paying yourself now because look at that. Look at that delta. All that positive delta is just coming into the market. Okay. You got, look over here. Look over here. Before, we had large buyers up in this area at around 300. 300, 305, we had some large buyers. You had a large seller right there. And then look at the negative delta. Okay, that's a good sign. We got an inside bar. So if we break that, we could go down even further. But if we break this area, we could come up to here to the moving average. If you got in here on the break, you need to be paying yourself about here, and you really need to pay yourself some more up in here. So let's see if we break this inside bar right here, and that's 184 positive delta. That's a pretty decent sized delta shift from the previous candles. I mean, you got 123 right here to kind of kick it all off. But this is not telling me once I see, I'm a uh, big believer in delta. Big believer in delta. Okay, we got some delta shift right there. That 184. You got to think, started it here. You had that 123 delta. That was pretty good. That was telling you you were in. You come right up in here. You start seeing this positive delta, that 39 positive delta, but we closed below. And then we started trading up into this area with the delta climbing. You need to pay yourself right there. Absolutely, you need to pay yourself and then move your stop to a break even. That's just the way it is. I don't give a crap what these other gurus, and I'm not a guru, I'm just some old fart that's been trading for 10 years. But I don't care what these gurus tell you about, I get a 3 to 1 or I'll take a full stop out. Well, you go do your thing, man. I'm just going to trade what the market's telling me right at the time, and I'm going to make my decision right now. Okay. And right now, if you paid yourself, you would have paid yourself about 30 points. That's about a $600 trade right there. Now, could we move up to this area for a micro pullback and then we break this and keep traveling down? Absolutely. And then we could go down 50, 100 points, and then you'll be like, well, I should have held. Well, no, you pay yourself. Okay. This is how professionals trade. You pay yourself, you build your account up, and then you start leaving a runner on for those big moves. Okay. That's just how it is. And see how we walked through this and we saw this delta shifting? I mean, look at that. We came in, big negative delta, right here, this candle right here. This is what kicked it off. Right here, this one is what kicked this off right here. Okay. Positive delta on a candle that closed down and we're kind of bouncing back up. If I look at a delta on That's all, folks. We look at a delta on a 5 minute. Let's look at the delta on a 5 minute. You can actually look at a delta on a 5 minute. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. 252 delta right here. 252 delta. You know, you got to start looking at a 5 minute as well. You got to start looking at a 5 minute. I usually just do solid candles on a 5 minute just because too much information for me makes me confused. Okay, we closed above the moving average. We're still, if you look at the 5 minute, it looks like we're kind of forming a slight little hammer there. We traded above, but you got to think we traded down, we came back up. We could be flatlining on the 5 minute. Kind of kissed the moving average, and we're kind of moving back down a little bit. So you got to be aware of that, folks. You got to be aware of that. Let's look at the heat map. You look at the heat map, there ain't much going on except for down here in this area right here. Um, let's look at the heat map, okay? So we had this move that kind of went down right here. Right here, you should have been taking some profits right up in there, and then you see how the heat map kind of lit up right up in this area where that delta shifted right there. And then you got this right here as support. Okay, that's telling you to get the heck out. It's telling you to take your profits and move along. That's what it's telling you. That heat map is telling you to move along. Let's change the resting orders to whoops to 2P. I don't think so. I can't type. Um, resting orders of 20 or more. Okay, resting orders of 20 or more. We ran down. We saw this area right here on the heat map. Okay, right here you had a delta shift. Okay, and right here you got people sitting on the bids right there. They're running it up. They got support right there. They're running it up. They got support on the heat map right here. Right down here, they don't have nothing on the heat map for support, but they really don't need to right now. And then you got to be aware. If you're getting long here, you got to be aware of what's up there. You got some offers sitting up there. You got some offers sitting up there. It looks like about 77 offers up there, about 80 offers. Okay. You got to be aware of that. Okay. You got to be aware of that. Yeah, I'm going to get a VWAP. Now that the main stuff is on here, I want to get a VWAP. And what I'm planning on doing next month, this is what I plan on doing. If enough people actually support this and we can get some pretty decent uh, people supporting this. And when I talk about supporting it, I'm going to be updating the site. I mean, you already know basically what it's going to be next month in about 2 to 3 weeks. It's going to be $95 for a whole year. That's every single thing you have now, plus whatever I do for the rest of the year. I mean, for a whole year, whatever I do, which I'm going to be doing a TPO chart volume profile. There's more stuff, chart trader. There's more stuff that's coming. Uh, if I can get some support, that'll be great. What I plan on doing, we got a lot of big delta coming in here, folks. We got some big delta coming in here. You got to be aware of the sellers up here. Okay. You got to be aware of the sellers that were there earlier. Okay. You got to be aware of sellers earlier that were right there. Okay. And we're coming right up to it. You got to be looking at the heat map. Is it lighting up? You got to be looking at the heat map. Look up in this area. Is it lighting up like a Christmas tree? If it is, and that histogram is big, that histogram's big, you got to be taking some profits if you're in it. Okay. Leave a little bit on the table. Leave a little bit on the table, but you got to be taking it. Right here is the point of control right here. The point of control right here. We're still the point of control for the large volume, for the large single contract slingers. We're still the largest one is that buyer right there. Okay. Uh, This was a nice move. This was a nice move right here. Let me get rid of the so we had a run down, we had a delta shift right here, and these candles started shifting. We came up. We actually had a little micro pullback right here, and the delta wasn't too big. Okay, you could have gotten in on the break of this right here with that big delta as support. Okay, you get in, you want to get out. You want to get out about 20 points right here, and you probably would have made 20 points. But that right there, the micro pullback. This is the micro pullback. That's good. Somehow, is it just my mouse that's not? I think it's my mouse that's doing that. The drawing tool seems pretty decent. Yeah. Okay. If we pull back again and we have another micro pullback and the delta is not too big, we could get a micro pullback with the moving average sloping upwards. On the 5 minute, we're above the moving average on the 5 minute, but that's kind of flatlining. Got to be careful. That moving average right there, yeah, we closed above it and we're still above it. And 5 minutes, a green candle. When the 5 minutes, a green candle, you can go ahead and take the 1 minute activity for the longs. But you got to be careful because you got the big seller right there, the big seller right there. They're probably, we don't know if they're still in, but we do know one thing. We do know that the institution market makers, where their activity is and where they're interested in buying and selling. That we do. That we do know, and we can tell right here on the histogram too where they're at. Sellers were interested in selling in this area. We got a little, we got pullback right there. We got the delta that is, can other NTA indicators be placed on your screen? No. Uh, as far as an add-on, no. The thing about add-ons, the thing about add-ons is everything you see here, even the window, uh, I had to code in myself. I get no support. When you do an add-on, you get nothing. Okay. Um, okay, this is a little concerning. You got 140, 150, 160 negative delta right there. It's a little bit concerning. To me, that's not a micro pullback. To me, that's not a micro pullback. We're looking at a delta candle. It's already lit up right there. You see how dark that opacity is? You see this where it's light opacity? That means low delta right there. But uh, that big right, and also you had a sell and bounce right here, that little bar right there. Yeah, what indicator are you looking for to throw on here? Yeah, the thing about add-ons is I had to code this little box right here to even put the ticker symbol in there. I got to code. I got to code every single thing. Yeah, VWAP is coming. I wanted to get the major volume profile stuff working. Uh, yeah. Um, yeah, that ain't a micro pullback. As you can see, that ain't a micro pullback. Why? Because it was a negative 180 delta. That ain't a stinking micro pullback. Um, another little bar like that, un- like this bar right here, another little bar on this one might have been, but that's 180 negative delta and all that big negative delta right there. That's not good. It's telling me to stay the heck away. This right here with that dark violet, with it dark like that, that means high delta is the, and also this is the delta chart, as you can see right here. We're looking at a delta chart. Uh, that right there was telling me no, that's not a micro pullback. And this 180 negative delta, that's not a micro pullback. Yeah, I'm going to be adding a VWAP. Oh, that reminds me. What I'm going to be doing, uh, is once I can get some pretty decent support next month, what I'm going to be doing is down here at the bottom where you see the timeline. Down below that, there's going to be another little small bar, and that right there is where the moving average right here, you can take on and off, where the heat map, you can take it on and off. I'm going to have VWAP right there where you can turn it on and off. It's going to be a setting where you can, maybe I'll have two VWAPs because the most important VWAPs is the overnight session and the New York session. And maybe have two VWAPs down there. Uh, and then later on, I'm going to have another bar over to the left. So it'll have like the crosshair, the drawing tool. It's going to have an anchored VWAP. I want to be coding an anchored VWAP. So you can just right click and drag and it'll be anchored VWAP. This right here is a pretty big area. 140 delta. We're moving up. We didn't break that area right there. That's 122 delta right there. 501 lot trades happening. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I have the live pulse right here. Now there is something coming that you might want to that you might be interested in. There's definitely something coming. And actually, I might actually do it before the VWAP. I'll explain it to you here pretty shortly. What I'm thinking about doing is down here, down at the bottom, uh, or I might have to put it up in the settings, but down at the bottom, I have another bar right here where it shows the moving average and the heat map. You can turn on and off, things like that. Um, I am looking because right now these are just single orders, 238, 40, 47, 60, 31. If we look at the live pulse, I'm not going to bring it up, but the live pulse aggregates the volume within 100 milliseconds. So what I'm thinking about doing is having a hollow bubble. Once it goes above like a certain setting that you have, like let's say it's 30, kind of like how the large one single orders come in. Let me read my notes. Yeah, it's going to be like a hollow circle. It's going to be 100 milliseconds of trades. So, one large one show total. Yeah. So that's what it's going to happen when it's above a certain threshold that you set. A hollow bubble is going to show, and it's going to show the amount. And it's going to be aggregated within 100 milliseconds. So in other words, you're going to have large single orders right here, and also you're going to have like a hollow circle that shows you trades that happen within 100 milliseconds. We're right up here in this area where that 340 or that 400 area where that large buyer was. See where that large buyer was, that 238? We're right up here. You got that 60 and that 38 right there that starting to take a little bit of heat. You have 231 contracts that kicked off right here. You got 231 contracts that kicked off. 424 positive delta. That's pretty significant. You got large buyers that are definitely interested in the 400 area. Large buyers are definitely interested in the 400 area. We're up in the high value area. We're up in the high value area. Delta's starting to climb. All right, I just took my profits. I'm done. I tried this. I was looking for a nice little pop. Um, we got that 231, so I got in here. We really weren't moving very much. The delta was just getting neutral, so I just took my little 5 points and move along. Actually, I've been talking so much, I really haven't been able to focus. Um, yeah, looking at my notes, what I'm thinking about, if we have, where are we at? Oh, I gotta get my. Hey, you almost ready to leave? All right, yeah, I gotta get going. Um, I'll be back at 12:30. Oh my goodness, we gotta run over. Hey, can you quickly go to my mom's and get her card? Shh. All right. All right. I gotta take off. I'm getting my vehicle started. I'm gonna take off. I'll be back at 12:30. Um, out to lunch. Get right back. Like roughly about 12:30, I think. Maybe 12:45. I don't know. There's a couple of things I need to do. Uh, but I'll leave the stream on. I'll be right back. Yep, we might. Here, let me. All righty. Well, I'm back. I guess we kind of dumped. Oh, well. Yeah, missed it. Was pretty okay. That's at 200. Oh, I tried to get in. I think I got in. Tried to get in here, and I just took like 5 points, and then we kind of. Yeah, just 5 minute. Looking like 5 minutes. We're just down back to the bottom of the area. The 5 minute, we're still back down to this bottom area. Um, what are we looking at on the profile? Are we down? Where are we at? All right, point of control, I think shifted down. I think it shifted down. We got a lot of large sellers up in this area. Um, we got a lot of large resting. We got some resting bids right up in here. Oh, come on. There are about 250 resting bids down there. About 265. All right, here I got it. All right, I just got back to my desk. Hmm. I don't know if you want to try and buy in this area and look for a bounce, but you got to get through all of that negative selling right there. We got negative 180, 265, 185 delta. That'd be really hard to get through all of that, to be quite honest. You got all of this selling right here, and you have to break through this area right here, this major area right here. And you got all that negative delta right there. You're gonna have to break through that area if you're trying to catch along up in here. That's gonna be kind of hard to do. We got some resting bids down here for support. The- about 260 resting bids down there. So we got about 260 resting bids down there. If we start selling and they can't break down anywhere, then they could possibly get absorbed. Let me switch over to a footprint chart. I don't know. Resting needs to be a delta flip really quickly. We got a double buy and balance area. We need to be above. All right. I kind of jumped in real quick. I saw that triple stack buy and balance area. So I'm up. I've already sold once we kissed the moving average, and I moved to a break even. This is just a bad area, and I'll probably get stopped out at a break even right here, which is fine with me because I've already taken my profits. Yep, I'm going to get taken out. Yep, I'm going to be taken out. No, maybe not. Maybe not. But I'm green for the day. That's good. I'm green for the day, folks. Green for the day. Let's see what the. Here, I got to take my daggone jacket off. Yeah, it took me out. I took a little profits right up in here, and then it just took me out. So, all right, we got to get through all this negative selling right here. I don't know how much selling. That's quite a bit. Uh, there's some things I want to do for the update. There's actually something I'm going to try and do tonight with these bubbles. I'm going to try and do tonight, and then see what it's like tomorrow trading with, and then I'll keep it, and I can put a quick update out there for you. So the reason I got in The reason I got in is we came down to this area. We have 300 bids sitting there. We couldn't break through. We had like 86.43. We had all that negative delta right there, 86.43, 86.43. All of that selling right here, and we couldn't break through, and we kind of closed above it. Once I saw that triple stacked buy and bounce area, I went on ahead and I jumped in. And then once we came up here to about 5 points, I just go ahead and just cut it real quick and then move to a break even just to pay for a little bit of slippage. And then it kind of took me out right here, which is totally fine. We got resting bids right here at about 280, about 85 resting bids right here. We got I just don't like this the deltas. We got some wicks right up here. I just don't like this. Maybe I just want to wait for a close. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for a close and see what happens. I mean, if it runs without me, that's fine. I could care less. You know, there's another trade right around the corner. We're at positive 50, 70 delta. What I'm looking for is a buy and bounce or some large buyers coming in. I want to see large buyers coming in, but these sellers could get caught. These sellers right here could get caught. They're going to try and keep this down, to be quite honest. They're going to try and keep it down. They got a financial interest right here. We got some wicks forming. This is the only bad thing. You see all these wicks right here? That means it runs up, runs down, runs up, runs down. It just a lot of wicks right there. So we could just have a sell-off, a micro pullback, and then a dump back down to this area right here. We're getting ready to break the 5-minute previous high. I really need something here, like a buy imbalance, large buyer. I'm talking like 100, 200 large buyer. That's what I need right up in here. If we look at the delta, let's look at a delta candle, see how that's shaping up. Yeah, see, that's not what I want to see. That's not what I want to see. Remember, I said they're going to have a financial interest right up in this area. They're going to have a financial interest right here. These are institution market makers slinging around these single order contracts with this kind of size, like 80, 180, 90, 75, 92. That ain't no retail traders. That's large institutions right here. So we're kind of flatlining on the 1 minute. So what I want to do is just sit on my hands and wait. I want to sit on my hands and wait. I'm not going to sit there. I've already tried it. I've already tried it right here. Got me about 5, 6 points right here. Moved to a break even. Got wicked out on this candle, and that's fine. And that's fine. Okay, I put a little risk on. Got some. Moved to a break even real quick because I saw the bids sitting here on the books. Okay, the bids are sitting here. You get in, you get out. They got absorbed right here. They got absorbed right here. They got absorbed. I mean, you could get in. You could have gotten in right here. Maybe put your stop right about here. That's like a 12-point stop. It's totally valid to do. I like waiting for confirmation, like that triple stack buy and bounce area right there. I just kind of wait for confirmation, to be quite honest. I gotta be careful because there's one account, this one eval account that I'm trading trying to pass. I got like $400 and then it's passed. About 80, 75 positive delta. Really not doing very much. I might have gotten spoofed out. I tried to get in and I saw that large offer sitting there, and then I just kind of got out with like a I don't know how much that was. I just saw that large kind of it looked like a spoofer almost. I don't know. It came in pretty quickly. I only got about 2 points on that. I think I got spoofed on that one. Yep, I got spoofed. Your boy got spoofed. Your boy got spoofed. We probably have a stinking squeeze right now with all these sellers right here. I got spoofed. There was like 85 offers sitting there, and I just got spoofed out. Ain't that something? Your boy got spoofed. I got spoofed. Oh well, your boy got spoofed. Man, I got spoofed. That could have got me about 10 points there, people. I got a spoof. I saw the 85 offer, and I'm like, all right, I'm green. I'm out. Oh well, it happens. Oh, you got a wick. Yeah, come on back down. Come on back down. This is what we like to see. We got some large sellers up in this area. We got some bids sitting there on the books about 250. We got some good positive delta right up in here. Okay, it's kind of moving up. It's deviating from the moving average, so we probably get back down, come to this area, and maybe get a run for it. That's that's what I'm thinking. It's quite simple, folks. Just look for a pop, look for a pullback. Yep, we got that offer sitting up there about 75 offers sitting right up in here. 75 offers sitting right up in there. That's where I got spoofed. I got spoofed. I saw it and I was like, I'm out. Taking my profits. I'm running. I'm out. Why? Well, for one thing, if you look at the 5 minute, we're definitely sloping downwards. We kind of moved down. Are we going to have a micro pullback on the 5 minute and then dump to new lows of the day? We don't know. But all I know is that there's some big activity right up in here. As you can see right here on the large order volume profile, right up here is some big activity up in here. And I got, let's see, we got Steve 737 Trader. As to point of course, shifting POC is valuable knowledge, but no one has a means of showing it on the chart. You have to remember or take notes. If previous point of control could remain possibly in a lighter color. Yeah, that is actually a pretty decent idea because what I look at a TPO chart on TradingView. I look at a TPO chart with the volume kind of like this area right up in here. Um, yeah, there's a lot of things that we can do. Um, yeah, I don't like this resting offer up here at 75. We could take it out, but let's see what happens. Looks like they got filled. Looks like they got filled. I need to be careful. I'm up positive on this account. I only need about $300 to pass this stinking thing. Having a handful of funded accounts with Bullnox. I got to be careful. You know what? I really need to sit on my hands and just wait for my A plus setup to pass this mother lover. I just need to wait for an A plus setup. And right now, I'm telling you right now, this area, yes, we got some bids sitting on the books right here. You see that? We got them sitting on the books. We have a nice little run up, but what am I seeing? A lack of participation from large buyers. I'm not even selling. We got a triple stack buying bounce right here that I saw that I got in real quick and got me some right up in here and then sold it real quick and then moved to a break even and got stopped out right there. But it took me a little about 5 or 6 profits, 5 or 6 points, 5 or 6 points. But that's really all you need, folks. Kind of build your account up. Let me get rid of this heat map right here. Maybe the heat map's nice. I don't know. Kind of looks kind of pretty. It looks kind of pretty. Uh, Steve, the trader, let me know when you come back. There's something I kind of want to go over. I've been thinking about this. About with the bubbles. Uh, I'll be kind of difficult to do with the small bubbles. But with the big bubbles, I need to aggregate. I need to aggregate. I need to aggregate. See, right now, if I switch over to my order flow prints, my order flow bar footprinters. Do, 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 do. See, we had like 50, 86, 40. The sellers were right there and they were not being able to break through. I mean, you had some pretty large selling up in there too. Whoops. Got some pretty large selling up in there. You had like 50, 86, 41, 86, 43. What I'm looking at is all of this right here. Okay. All of that right there. And we were not able to break through here. That is absorption. And you usually move to the upside when that happens. And that's what we did. So that's why I got in here with the triple stacked buying balance. I got in, took a little profits, saw that up there, saw that right there, kind of came up here and I just like, nope, I'm not feeling it. So right up in here, I was like, nope, not feeling it. We're just kind of neutral up in this area. And I just cut it because you have all these large sellers right here. So I just cut it, but I got a little giddy because of the triple stacked imbalance and the absorption down here. Yes, we moved up, but I'm just taking some small profits on this eval. I only need about a few hundred more bucks, and then that mother lover's passed. So I need to wait for a good setup. I need to wait for a good setup. I could have passed this if I didn't have to go, but I had to go. Yeah, boy, that was a nice sell, wasn't it? Hmm. That was a nice little sell. Let me come down here. Um, yeah, we're kind of rolling over on the 1 minute. As you can look on the 5 minute, we just kind of still sloping downwards on the 5 minute. As you can see, that it's kind of like a micro pullback on the 5 minute. On this 5 minute, previous 5 minute, we had like an inside bar right there. Uh, we kind of have like if you kind of look at this, you have the high right there, you have the low right there, you got this bar high, you got that bar low. It was kind of like an inside bar. Normally, you get in on the break of that one, and I'm looking for a move upwards. Okay, but that's not what is happening on the 5 minute. We need to close above the 5 minute order flow bar moving average. Basically, this moving average is Heiken Ashi data smoothed out with a 9 exponential moving average, and that is my moving average. That's my custom moving average. So you basically got the logic for that. That's not my idea. I read some papers from institutions, and that's where I got the idea from. Oh, get back on the plate. Trying to eat lunch. Had to run and go do something as always on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then I eat at my desk when I get back. Got the imbalance set to 4 and levels set to 3. The volume profile tick merge is set to 8, and I got the 1 minute tick merge to four ticks. So that's basically one point per level right here. That's 1 point. That's how I set this up. The reason I'm basically building this order flow package is because there's certain things that I like that I really want, and no other package, no other platform has it. So what I do is I just code it myself. You see on the footprint chart, if you scrunch it down a little bit too much, the price is going to go away. That might be a good if you want to look at it long term like this, and then you can look at a footprint chart and you can just kind of bring it up and kind of look at it and see what's going on and kind of move it back down. I guess I don't know. All right. That's what the market likes to do. It likes to run up, find value to the downside, and then we just kind of consolidate in an area like this. And then we either get a break to the upside or to the downside. This is what it likes to do. It likes to move, it likes to pull back. Sometimes, most of the time, it'll be in an area that'll kind of balance around, piss off new traders, and then it'll take off for a run or a dump. That's just your basic auction market theory. Mm. All right, Steve. So this is what I'm thinking about with these bubbles right here. These are one order execution bubbles. Um, what I'm thinking about, the 1 minute is kind of flatlining. The moving average, that's telling me do not go long or short, and the 5 minutes still sloping downward. So if you want anything, you got to go short. To be quite honest, we're still down in this uh, low value area. Look at it; it just shifted. It just shifted. It just shifted on this low value area. So the market is definitely the market is definitely in a downtrend. To be quite honest, it's quite obvious. You really don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. Um, where's the I have some large buyers up in here around 400 area, that large buyer. But we are below that. We are below the point of control. We're down here close to the low value area. We got about 250 bids sitting on the books. We got 50 right there. They just showed up around 80. I'm not doing anything. I am not going long looking for a pop. I ain't doing anything. I'm looking for an A plus setup to pass this eval. Only about 300 bucks and I'm good to go. I today I lost money, made money, lost money, break even. Now I'm making money. So, it's 1 o'clock. Usually the mornings are my best time to trade. It's 1 o'clock. Oh, we got something going on, folks. No, can't do that. I need to wait because I need we ain't got much on the offers up here. But anytime they could show up, you got about 50 right there. That's not very much. Um, I'm looking at I'm just sitting here waiting for a nice A plus setup to pass this eval. I need a few $100, then I'm done. And then I'll be done trading evals and I'll just trade my handful of funded. Mm. I've already got one funded account that's like 51,110. So I need to get that up there and get a payout. That 250 is still sitting there around 265. We ain't got much. We could possibly go down there and test that. We don't have much on the sitting on the bids right here. Been right here for about 20 points. We ain't got much sitting there. All right. So what I've been thinking about, let me finish this up and then I'll tell you. Oh, wait a minute. Where am I going? I need to go to the other menu system. NQ June 26. Okay, so we got 97 contracts that kicked off there. I don't know what we have for the rest in orders 25. Why is that not? Got 100 right there. How come that's not? There we go. For some reason, sometimes you got to go back to settings and click save for this stuff to apply. But right here, you have like 100 and what was that? 101. So you had 101. So you had 101, you got 121 right there. You got 670, 69 of it is one single order. So what I've been thinking about doing is actually creating one bubble once it gets above 30 within 100 milliseconds. These bubbles right here are 100 milliseconds. Okay, and it aggregates the volume. And what I'm thinking about doing is having one bubble with the amount of the volume to grow, and then up top you have two numbers. Okay, the top number would be one single orders, and the bottom number is the whole total. So, kind of like if you have a big bubble, let's say you have a big cell bubble like that, you have like a line right here, like 69 of it was one order, but then you might have 101 of it that's aggregated within 100 milliseconds, and that would be a bubble. So even if one single contract doesn't kick off, let's say that didn't kick off, you'd still have 101 showing right there. That's what I'm thinking about doing. All right, we got an whoops, I didn't want to do that. We got an inside bar right there. If you break that, you could possibly come down here and test this 265 area with 258 bids just sitting there. All right, you got 96 positive delta on the previous one. We're losing. If we start losing that area right there, this area right here, probably look for this area. You got a lot of sellers. Look at all these sellers up here. A lot of sellers and a lot of negative delta in this area. I mean, that's like 10 points, but you might not even get there. But the 1 minute sloping down, 5 minute sloping down, you got the large sellers right there. You have large negative delta right there. You got that positive delta right there. I don't know what happened to my drawing. There we go. I have like a delta neutral in this candle right here. Me personally, if I tried to do that, I'd be impatient right now, and I probably would have cut it for a break even or a small loss. We're moving up on negative delta. Hmm. Now we're positive. We got to close above, but it ain't that strong to be quite honest. I would like to have a run up and a pullback. Get a run up, micro pullback, and then try to go. Or if you can get a large buyer in here or a stacked and balanced area that's large that you can use for support. The reason I like the footprint charts is because with the stacked and balanced areas, I can see, is there a volume in there? So we got positive previous 1 minute, close positive with a basically delta neutral. Five-minute moving average still sloping down. We got the 5 minute that's forming a wick right now, as you can see right here. It's forming a wick, and plus you got all those sellers right there. Pretty soon they're going to be taking some heat, and they might get squeezed out. But we do not know. We just know that they're there. We don't know what they're thinking. Each row right here is 1 point because I have tick merged it. And the profile is tick merged to 8 ticks, so that's 2 points right there. You could lower that down and try to, like, if you come in here, maybe you want to do 4 ticks on that on the profile, and then just tick merge it down, and then you can get a little bit cleaner like that. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? The sellers are definitely in control. Ugh. All righty. Oh, we got some resting bids down there, but they kind of went away. It was about 75 of them, but they kind of went away. Um, that's what I'm thinking about with the bubbles. Also, if you have an idea, I know there was someone talking about the take 501 lot trades happens quickly, shows the institutional activity as much as large lot traders. Well, that was the other guy. Indicators. Yeah. We're getting ready to lose the low. Wow. That's what I'm looking at on a 5 minute. I'm looking at all those sellers that, I mean, all those buyers that got caught 200, 200, 200, all those large one order buyers got caught and we're kind of drifting down. This is not, this is not good. We're looking to go along. We got some resting offers down there at 150. Uh, we're looking at the live pulse and a footprint chart. Now that we're doing that, let's just take this heat map out. We'll just look at this one here. Negative 300 delta right here on this previous 1 minute. That's pretty significant. They weren't able to move it down any further. 255, you got the resting bids right there at 255. Here, let me take this. Show level 2 data. I'm going to take that off the chart because we got the live pulse right here. I don't know if I'm going to get another trade today or not. I need a A+ setup to be quite honest. I need a good setup. We got a buy and balance that's forming. It just got eaten away. We got a lot of sellers. We're up here in this area right here where all those sellers were. Okay. We can break through that. If we get it closed above the moving average on a 5 minute, that would be really good. Maybe we'll get a short squeeze towards the end of the day. We have no idea. But we do know that they were there. Come on, man. All I need is about 300 bucks and then we're passing this eval and then we got a handful of funded that we can start working on. I've already got one funded. I'm already up $1,100 on. I need to get quite a few more. So that was like 28. There's not much buying activity, quite honest. We don't have much going on. It's 1 o'clock. Towards the end of the day, if I've made money in the morning, I usually give back some in the late afternoon. That's why I'm kind of hesitant to trade. I need something to smack me in the face. And it's kind of hard for me to short right there at the lows, to be quite honest. Your hindsight traders would tell you, well, you just should have went short today and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. They awesome. I'm sitting down there on the biz there at 255, about 70 bids, 255. What we got old financial juice? What's old financial juice up to? White House news briefing, blah, blah, blah. Enough with the stinking news. You guys have been slinging the market around too much. I like trading in a environment where no world crisis or whatever is going on. Low, boring news and a nice market that is either trending up or trending down. That's where the money is made for me. We're coming back down to this area right here around 255. Let's see if they get absorbed again and move back up. 100 200 negative delta, about 200. I'd like to suggest a small test group. Uh, do, do, do. I will read your comment. I'm trying to pay attention to this area. Basically, delta neutral right now in the current candle. We're sitting at 255 level. You got about 70 bids sitting there on 255. About 70 bids sitting there on 255. Are they going to come down and break them? What are they going to do? We're going to break the lows. It's hard for me to short the lows way down here. Normally in low value areas, I'm looking for longs. Yeah, that would actually be a good idea that we could do. Um, we might do that next month. Still delta neutral basically on these two previous candles. Now we got a sell and balance. Now we're dumping. We just broke it. We took back that sell and balance. You got in on that break. Man, you had to be quick. Those are like 10-point moves, and they're extremely quick. You got to basically have an order just sitting there and then take the profits. Uh, they're very hard to do. And we came now that we broke that 255 area, we came right back up into it. We broke it and we aggressively came right back up in there. And are we going to hold it and absorb the sellers? And if that's the case, you could move back up. Okay, we ran down. We broke 255. We ran down. We came back up into it pretty aggressively. We need to hold it, and we're not holding it because right now we're not holding it. And uh, okay, we came back up in there. You still got to be aware of these large. You still got to be aware of these sellers right here in this area, and also big negative delta, and that's where all them sellers were. Okay, we're down here, down at the lows where we just broke the lows again. Kind of like what we did last week, where we were breaking the lows all stinking day. It's kind of like what happened. If you have suggestions, complaints, or whatever, send it to support@orderflowbars.com. It's on the site. If you log in to the member area, you'll see it on the indicator page. Uh, on the 5 minute, we got a bearish engulfing candle right there. On the 5 minute, you got a bearish engulfing candle. What I'd like to do is down here, down at the bottom, have a toolbar down at the bottom where you can like turn off the bubbles, turn them on, things like that. Uh, but then again, I just wanted, we're down here again. Are they going to keep breaking the lows? Holy smokes. So Friday lows, we're right here at the Friday lows. So it's 120. I mean, the sellers are definitely in control. They have been in control right up in this area right here. With all this selling right here. 284 to 290. They have just been pushing it down. Got a nice inside bar right there. 94 Delta. Right here, we kind of sold off. Have the high, the low, the high, the low. The Delta was positive, 132 positive Delta, and it was a sell candle. And then we have positive 94 Delta with this. That was actually looking for a move to go up. It's hard for me to take that right on the eval that I've only got $300 to pass. I mean, yeah, that's just kind of hard because you don't know if it's going to sell off, bounce up to a micro pullback, and then do the same thing and then break the new lows. But you got some pretty good delta right up in there, positive delta. This area right here, this whole area right here. That whole area right there with that inside bar right there and the delta shift that was right there on that sell candle with the inside bar, positive delta, and then a move up. I'm looking at a TPO chart on TradingView. I want to build me a volume profile chart and TPO chart so we can look at historical stuff like this, and then it will mark out the highs and lows of the current and the previous point of control, all of that. I want to do that. Right now we're down here. We're down here at the low of Friday's lows. So there's a lot of stuff I want to do. I just need to find time to do it. Uh, See what I'm talking about? We have micro pullback and then probably another breakdown here. Because 5 minutes sloping downwards, 1 minute sloping downwards, you get a micro pullback and then you get in here, put your stop up here about 15 points and probably down here at 15 points for a one-to-one. Got 150 negative delta. It keeps pushing down. That's pretty good. You got them sitting on the books there at about 215 though. At 215, they're sitting on the books. So if you're in a short like this, you got to look and see what's on the books right here. And you can do it just by looking at the heat map. I just turned the heat map to level 2 off on that chart. But we're looking at 185, 200. Uh, yeah, that's large negative delta that got absorbed right up in this area around 215. And if they break through this, not absorption, that's the thing you got to be aware of. If you're taking these pullbacks like this and you get in on the break of that low right there, and you're looking to just keep going, you have to look to see what's on the books. You got to see what's on level 2. Yeah, this ain't a strong absorption for me. It just looks like they're just going to keep breaking again. You got 185 on the previous one. You got 206 sitting on the books. You got 206 sitting on the books. You got quite a bit sitting down here at 200. I need to change my mouse to the other one. got another inside bar, positive 80 delta. I mean, yeah, usually these are really good to take on the break of the lows like that. These are really good to take. Get in on the break of the lows, take a short there, cover it up here for a small stop out and try to go. But the problem is you got 200, you got all those large resting bids down there at 200. So I mean, that's all we've been doing. Let me look at, yeah, if you look at daily, let's look at daily on TradingView. See that daily right there? We're right here at, in this area right here. We're basically, I don't know what kind of candle you would call that, but at least we broke this whole area we've been consolidating in for about a month. We've just been in that area and we finally broke it. And I'm happy because we finally broke it and we're doing something. I mean, if they try to come down there and test that, that's only 10 points right there. They could easily do that if they wanted to. Yeah, we're sitting on the beds at 200, sitting on the beds at 200, 201. We got selling balance right there on the previous, I mean, on the current candle. Selling balance is not very much though. Are you going to go down to the 200s? Got 48 kicked off right there. Got to get through that 36 to test the 200. The 205s, we need to get past that. Yep. And then we can go test the 200s. Uh, 105 orders right there, sell orders, and they just keep slamming right on through. We slammed down, and we came back up pretty aggressively, and then we're coming right back down again. That is not absorption to me. For me, I do not like that. To me, that's not very good absorption. To me, that's not that good of an absorption to be playing, so therefore you don't take it. And you're probably happy right now you didn't. There ain't nothing else. Alrighty. 1:30. I don't know. I might have to wait to pass this eval tomorrow. All I need is $300 there. So many people get so close to pass and they just do not take an A+ setup, and then they get smacked down and they just blow the account once they go all half tilted, and they just blow it. That's why you gotta have some self-control in this industry, because if you don't, you're gonna lose your mind. Boy, there is one good thing. Oh, you got some nice 64 fill right there. Um, One good thing, if it sells off really good, later this year might be a pretty good way to just slap in some money on the IRA. Just take them trades. You gotta leave some powder. Like my uncle told me, you always gotta have some capital for them rainy days to keep buying more. He also told me to buy stocks when there's blood in the streets and everybody's running. That was his trading plan. When there's blood in the streets, you buy. Um, all right, well, we ain't got much going on right now. White House press secretary, 1 o'clock, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I mean, don't have much going on. Levitt's still talking.
Well, while there has, of course, been a change in leadership at the Department of Homeland Security, with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the president's cabinet, I can assure the American people there has not been a change in policy. It has always been the policy of this president and this administration to deport the worst of the worst illegal alien criminals from our communities. That's something I know Secretary Mullen remains wholeheartedly committed to doing. And it's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. And it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths of Americans in our country. Just last week, Sheridan Gorman, a young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university by a illegal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place. And it's despicable that Democrats are currently defunding the department that's responsible for removing illegal aliens like that. And I would also add it's despicable that the lack of coverage of this young woman's case, of her life, and the way that it was tragically cut short. I saw a survey over the weekend that I'd like to bring to all of your attention. This is the media coverage of the case of Sheridan Gorman. You have ABC News has spent 1 minute and 19 seconds between 2 days when this case
Oh, they
was
really
first
break
alerted.
down them
You have
stats, don't they?
CBS, 2 minutes and 1 second. You have NBC,
Right down to the
23
second.
seconds spent on the life of a young, beautiful American woman whose life was taken short by an illegal alien who should have never been here in the first place, when we are in the middle of a battle on Capitol
We got some
Hill with a major
offers sitting
political
up there
party, the
around
Democrat Party,
187,
who wants to
186,
defund the
187, right here,
agency that is
186.
responsible
Got
for
about 50
protecting
of them.
Americans. I think her life was worth more than 23 seconds on cable television, and I think the people in this room have a responsibility to report on cases like this, because it just exemplifies why the president believes so strongly in deporting illegal aliens from our communities. And thank you for the question. Dasha, go ahead.
Caroline, I have two questions, one on Iran and one on DHS funding. On Iran, the president has said that the administration is talking to a new or a
Oh,
new
wow,
renewable
75 sitting on the
regime.
books right there, about
How
75, and they're being
confident are
filled.
you that
It's
they are legitimate and
high
have enough
positive
writ
delta
and
right there. As you
power
can see
among
right
the
here on the
radios that
delta, we're at
earlier
about
that
60,
he's not
70.
sure and it's not clear whether
Right
they
there,
will be
they
in
got
power?
filled.
So are you
Those
also
bubbles
talking
right there,
to
when it's
other
dark green
factions
like that,
as the president is trying to make
that
a
means
deal? How
high
do you ensure
positive
that you're making
delta.
a deal with the people who
If it's
can
kind of
actually
hollow,
implement it?
that
Well, that's
means
part
it's
of the
kind of
ongoing
low
process that's taking
delta.
place. In the ongoing negotiations, of course, anything that they say to us privately will be tested, and we will ensure that they are being held
We ain't
accountable
going
to their
nowhere.
word. And if they are not, the president has laid out the military consequences that the Iranian regime will see if they don't hold true to the words that we are hearing privately.
We've
behind the
deviated from
scenes.
the
When the
5-minute
president says
moving
more
average
reasonable,
quite
again, these folks are
significantly.
appearing more reasonable behind the scenes
Once
privately in
the
these
White
conversations
House stops
than
running their
perhaps
mouth,
some of the previous leaders who are now no longer
we're
on
going to get a
planet
bounce
Earth
back up to it.
because they lied to the United States and they strung us along in negotiations, and that was unacceptable to the president, which is why many of the previous leaders were killed. So again, this is another historic opportunity for Iran to do the right thing, to rid themselves of their nuclear ambitions, and to come to a deal with this president and the administration. Or again, they will see the grave consequences of the United States Armed Forces, which they are continuing to see every day throughout this operation.
On DHS, how long can the administration keep paying TSA without action from Congress? And not to be hyperbolic, but given the airports were really the pain point that was pushing both sides to talk to each other. I mean, do you see a way for DHS to reopen? Is it possible this keeps going through the midterms?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, of course, the president just can't keep signing presidential memorandums and proclamations every time Congress fails to do its job, and every time Democrats are holding our entire country hostage, picking and choosing which programs and agencies they want to fund just because they don't like this administration's policies. That's not how it's supposed to work. They voted 7 times against funding DHS over partisan and political reasons. And so, again, the president has stepped in to do the right thing at this moment in time, but the president is also encouraging Congress to come back to Washington to permanently fix this problem.
We got
and to
buy and
fund
bounce. Are we going to hold
reopen the
that?
Department of Homeland Security entirely.
Caroline.
Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions, one on TSA, one on Iran. On TSA, for ordinary Americans watching the briefing, how long until everything goes back to normal at airports after the president's action? And then on Iran, on the time frame, President Trump initially said about 4 weeks. Secretary of State Rubio on Friday reportedly said it might be another 2 to 4. Is 2 to 4 the current ballpark that the administration is thinking?
With respect to the timeline, again, the President, Commander-in-Chief, the Pentagon has always stated 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline for Operation Epic Fury. We're on day 30 today, so again, you do the math on how much longer the Pentagon needs to fully achieve the objectives of Operation Epic Fury, which I will reiterate: destroy the Iranian Navy, destroy their ballistic missiles, dismantle their missile and drone production infrastructure, significantly weaken their proxies throughout the course of this operation, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. To your first question, Stephen, about TSA and airports.
Yeah. You want me to mute it or not? Yeah. I mean, if you want to listen to it, if you want to listen to the briefing and you don't know where to go, you can listen to it right there. We have no. Yeah. Yeah, we are. So we've closed on the 1 minute. We've closed above the moving average. It's kind of flatlining. We're breaking the previous 5 minute high. Uh, we could get a bounce up to the 5 minute moving average. We don't know. We got some good positive delta. We need to hold that area. We need to hold the 300 area, the 200 area. I'm sorry, 202, 200 area. All right, I just scalped a little bit. Let me explain to you why I did. I saw this. Yeah, I only need about $200 more to pass this thing. Um, right here we had. Well, you little stinker. Right here we had a buy imbalance, positive 265 delta. We've closed above the moving average. Moving average is starting to slope upwards. So I waited. I did not get in on the break here. I waited for a pullback to here, got in, knowing my stop is down here. But as soon as we came up to this area right here, I saw this 278 negative delta with that large seller before, which is this one right here. I just went on ahead, got in here, scalped it out right here. Uh, no, I don't want tools. Come on. Uh, yeah. So that's why I get that. I did that. We had a buy and bounce right here because that's what I'm looking at. Buy and bounce. The moving average is sloping upwards. So the moving average is going up. That's what I like to see. We've deviated on the 5 minute quite a bit. We've deviated from the 5 minute. This 5 minute is like a bullish engulfing candle. So the momentum was shifting, and if you look at the 5 minute, 500 and some positive delta, so that's pretty good. And then we come down here, we've got the 265 delta, we got that buy and balance area. I waited for a pullback, got in here, got out right here because I saw that 277 with the large seller, and I was like, okay, I'm just getting out. I just got out on up there. You can always get back in. I only need like a couple $100 to pass this eval. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. It's 145. I don't need to push it. What I need to do, I need to shut down this basic entry. So let me shut this down. Let me shut this down. I'm going to shut that down. So I'm not tempted to take any more trades in that account. Here, let me mute her. I want to keep it up there so I know when the government stops running their mouth. That's why I did that, because right here, you can see that large seller was up in there around 215, 216 area as well. That's why I did it. Could I have passed the account if I had just moved it to got in like 2 minis and then sell some, move to a break even? Maybe, I don't know. Um, but I'll do it later tomorrow when the government is not running their mouth so much. We had we had the old fart pals speaking. Now we got Levitt speaking. Now we got news. We had news at 7:30. Who knows? Uh, yeah, I could have passed it. I mean, I could have been already up about. Yeah, I could have easily passed it, but I just slowly just get to it. I'm not too worried about it. I've already got a handful of funded. I'd like to have one more and then just go at on the funded. You got to be careful with the large. You see right here, if you look right here, you got these large. Where am I at? You got these large sellers right up in this area right here. This whole area right here. Okay. Now that large seller is taking some heat right now. So, but that's what I'm looking at. We got the large sellers right here. We have a large seller that's taking heat right now. Do I know if they're still in? I have no idea without the trade ID, and we're not privileged to that information. Only the institutions and market makers are privileged to that type of information. We are not. We're just small fish in the sea. That 185 is being taken out. We don't know if they're selling on the way up just to relieve the pain. But if they cover that's what fuels it a little bit, we have no idea. Without the trade IDs, I have no idea what they're doing. But what I can do is be like, okay, I know they were in the area, and I know how much the one order contracts were. Uh, so that I do know. And right here, this large volume profile here on the live pulse is different than what's right here. Okay, and the reason for that is like this is the live pulse, and it goes off of large orders, large volume 10. Huh? Why is that? Okay, it is what it is. Why did I do that? I have no idea. Did I have a brain fart? I don't know. Sometimes I do. Last week I had quite a few of them. Um, but that's what we have here, and we got some buying coming in. We got some buying bounces that just slung into the market. Uh, what did she say? Did she say something stupid? Yeah. We got a buying balance. The only thing about this buying balance that I don't like is that it's down below. If if you follow me long enough, this buy and bounce down here is down below here. I do not like it because we have the open, I mean, we have the low here, we have the high here. I like to have a close up here and have the buy and bounce below the low, but not half of the candle, if that makes sense. I want the buy and bounce up with a close above it, and I want the buy and bounce to be 50% or more between the high and the low, if that makes sense. I'm just picky. I'm just picky, kind of like this one. This one right here, boom, it was right there in the 50% area from the low to the high, and we kind of moved up. That's what I like to see. But I've closed out my execution box, so therefore it's 2 o'clock. But it's 10 minutes to 2 o'clock. I ain't throwing no more. I ain't slinging no more minis around because my stats tell me I usually get money back. I've just been lucky. I'm up. I got about $200 to pass this eval, and I'm done. I'll do it tomorrow, hopefully. Wait for that A plus setup and click the button, and hope there's no news that smacks me in the booty. Yes, we have to act in the order of the compounds of the law. It's called the Geneva Convention. We have to abide by. See, I just don't like this on a 5 minute. Look at this. On a 5 minute, if we look at this, 5 minute, still sloping downwards. Here, let me take a screenshot of this. 'Cause I know somebody, I'm a member of a Discord, and they usually try and sit there and catch falling knives. Moving average is flatline on 1 minute. I ain't doing anything. Uh, we haven't even closed above the 5 minute moving average, so I'm just not going to do anything. I wish they just stop with this talkie pow at 10:30 her right now. What do we got going on tomorrow? USCB Consumer Confidence, 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Fed Goolsby speaks. Okay, I'm usually done by 12, clicking buttons. Fed Bar speaks. Yeah, so tomorrow might actually be, tomorrow it looks like it could be a better day for me to get my couple $100 to pass that eval. It might actually be a better day. Could be a better day tomorrow to be clicking buttons. Okay, I don't want to hear you no more. I just want to know when you get off the stage. Something could be said that will dump this market even more. Uh, I'm looking to really do a TPO chart. What I'd like to do, and this is my thoughts. Really, what I would like to do is let's kind of scroll back here, see if we can't get ourselves a yeah. So like right here, this 185 sell. Okay. This 185 sell. Of course, we closed above it, which is not very bearish to me, but then we kind of kept selling off. What I would like to do is you see how this right here, you see how we have, let me clear the drawings. Okay, the bubbles right here are aggregated within 100 milliseconds. Okay, and then sometimes there's large orders that come in there with like in within 100 milliseconds, and they're not one single order contracts, kind of like this 185. But what I'm looking to do is I thought about this during lunch when I had to go run and do something, and I was sitting in my truck and I was thinking. What I'm thinking is within 100 milliseconds, keep the 100 milliseconds, kind of like the live pulse right here, keep the 100 milliseconds. But what I'm thinking about doing is have a circle right here, have a circle, and it has to be over 30 contracts that you put in there, over 30 contracts. And let's say that 185, let's say 85 of it. 85 of it was one single order. Okay, one's 85 contracts, one single order. That would show up at the top with kind of like a little gray divider, and then maybe 100 of it was down here. Okay, or just do 185 right here. Okay, just do 185 and just say, okay, uh, put the one single order contracts right up here. I don't know how that would work, but that's what I was thinking about. That's what I was thinking about. Jolt's job opening at 10 a.m. Yeah, it might. Oh, yeah, U.S. Jolt's job openings 10 a.m. Yeah. Um, so tomorrow might be a better day to actually try to get my couple $100 to pass this other eval. I only got a couple more left. How many do I have left? I only got 3 more left. Pass this one, I got 3 more left. I'm trying to get about 10 funded accounts. Um, as with Bullnox, I've already got one activated. I'm up 1,100 in that one. I need to get a couple more activated. Once I pass this eval, then I'll activate those, and then I'll start slinging around some minis and some funded accounts. Um, but that's what I was thinking about doing is uh, have the big bubbles show up, have the large single order contracts show up here, like maybe maybe that's what I was thinking about is just having the single order contracts, the big bubbles, let's say you've got 75 of them, one large, one large order, 75. You know, that ain't no retailer. That's institution market makers. Oh, we got to buy them. Oh, man, I got my order entry window shut down because it's 2 o'clock. And then maybe 175 of that happened within 100 milliseconds, kind of like what happens up in here. You know, these bubbles are 100 milliseconds. So you got 32 contracts in 100 milliseconds. It happened right up here. Actually, if we close above this, it's still sloping downwards. You still got to understand something. You want to be taking the reason that I got in here and then I sold it up in this area is because we were sloping upwards on that. Plus, we had a buy and bounce. Okay, right here we've got a buy and bounce right here. We've got 196 positive delta, which is pretty good, but there is a problem. This moving average is sloping downwards. That's risky. Plus, you got the 5 minute. If you look at the 5 minute, we've just been dojiing. And we got the 5 minute moving average kind of flatlining, and we're below it. So you're counter trend trading, which is difficult. And what I've always, if you listen to me long enough, you know I do not try to buy here and then sell up here and try to get a whole 70-point move. Okay, what I do is I like to try and buy here and then sell up here and get yourself about 30 points. Okay, I'm not looking to get the whole move. If I do get the whole move, fantastic. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I get the whole move, and I get myself a home run on, and it happens. But stop looking for the home run every single time you click a button. You got to get your base hits. There's a reason why I'm getting ready to pass another eval. I didn't do it within a handful of trades. Trust me, I did not do it in a handful of trades. It's been kind of rough today. Uh, Here, let me see if I can. I don't want to show all of that. Um, do. Some of you guys are going to take this add-on and make more money than me and outtrade me, and I hope you do. That'll be fantastic. Whoops. We got another buy and balance that kicked off. We're in a positive delta area right up in here. We don't have any large sellers except for right up in here about 215, right up there in that area. Today was kind of rough. I kind of ended up negative, then break even, then negative, then break even. Now I'm positive. It's just been kind of a rough day. It's not been easy. For one, I didn't think we would sell off this much. I just did not think it. And for some reason, I couldn't flip my thought activity. I couldn't flip my thesis of trying to go long. So therefore, since I couldn't do that, I missed out on the shorts. We got some large orders sitting there. How much we got sitting there? About 75. We got about 70 sitting on the bid right here, about 200, about 195, somewhere around that area, about 195. Uh, we got a seller. We still got that seller up there that was there before at 215. So you got to be careful about that. They're right up there. And we are below the moving average. We are below the order flow bar moving average. We just kicked off about 32 single order contracts. I don't know how much was there because there was more little bubbles right there that just couldn't tell me. But we were right there at that 195 area where those bids were sitting. I can't trade right in this area because we've got too much right here. Right here, we've got too much. Okay, we ran up and then we kind of pulled back and we're right here in this area. Kind of like almost like a balanced market area. I can't go long, I can't go short. But what I'm looking for is a trend area like this. And you're looking for entries. Basically, what I am looking for is a nice trend area like this. Maybe in this candle, if we had a large seller, I say 50, 100 sell contracts right up in here, and we closed above it. Let's say you had like 50, 100 sell contracts right up in here, and we closed above it. You get in on that break, and then you're looking for you move up, and you put your stop down below there. Because I'm looking for a short getting trapped in the trend upwards for the short term. As long as there's nothing stopping you in this area, that would be ideal. It's kind of like what I'm looking for. Sometimes you gotta sit here for a few hours and get it like I did last week. I think last week I had to sit for like uh I had to sit for like 4 hours and I got a really good trade. I sat for 4 hours and I got a 25-point trade. I think that was Friday. It was Thursday or Friday. I can't remember. I think it was Friday. Uh, a nice 25-point trade. It happened on stream. Uh, and that's what I'm kind of looking for. Again, we've got a big negative delta area right up in here, but we got that positive delta, but the negative delta is not all that. Alrighty. Yeah, if you look at the 5 minute, we are still, look at that, we're still sloping downwards on the 5 minute, folks, on a moving average. That moving average is a 5 minute, 14 period hiking ashy data that is smoothed out with an exponential moving average. That is what that is. We are breaking down. We got support down here about 160, about 40, about 80 bids sitting there around the 160 area. Um, this moving average is a hiking ashy, like this 1 minute. It's a hiking ashy data, 14 period hiking ashy data. I take that data and I smooth it out with a 9 exponential moving average. And that's the order flow bar moving average. That will always be free. You can actually use that as an indicator. It will always, that will always be free on the site. What I need to do is I need to add the VWAP. I want to have down here on the main chart, my 1 minute. I'm going to be adding a like right up here. You have the header for the ticker, the mode, the candles and stuff. We got different candles. Right now, I'm looking at the footprint candles I put in over the weekend. Um, what I'm looking to do is put like a footer down here below the timeline. That way you can click on and off the moving average. Then you can choose whether you want to show the heat map. Then you can show the VWAP, whether it's the overnight session, New York session, things like that. That's going to be down a small footer with this little icon, just little check boxes with little abbreviations of what you can turn on and off. That's gonna be in the future, though. We got 55 that kicked off right here. Like that little bubble that had 56 sell contracts that kicked off, it would be right up in here was that 64 right there. You see that 64, 67, 70? It would be like a bubble right here, and then it would just say like 56. And if it was like 30 of it was one large order, one single contract, 30 of it, they only showed the 30 up above and then the 56 down below. So 30 of it was one single contract. I mean, one single order. Because this 100 milliseconds, the bubbles are aggregating the volume within 100 milliseconds. And that helps when you start seeing large orders like 100, 200 within 100 milliseconds. That's basically uh, order slicing from the institutions. They might say, okay, we've got like 200 volume and we're going to do 10 volume 20 times. And then they just kick it out. A lot of people don't understand the retail traders don't mean a flipping thing in the futures market. We're like 5% of the volume. Institutions and market makers don't give a flipping crap about us. It's not like in stocks. Stocks, yes, I will say retail traders are a lot more there, but in the futures market, we're like 5% of the volume. They don't give a flying crap about us. So, here, I've got to log into the server and check something. Do, do, do. Okay. Do, 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 do. Memory's good. Everything's good. Alrighty. Gotta update the server too here pretty soon. I need to do that this week. I gotta update the server. Um, in like 2 or 3 weeks, this is not going to be free. I'm going to be updating the site. If you want to support the project, you can. If you want to wait 4 to 6 months down the road and see what it's like, and you can do that too. What I'm thinking about doing is people that want to support it, like the first 100, 200 people that want to support it, they get a fantastic offer if they want to support it. Uh, it's gonna be like $95 for a whole year. It's like $8 a month. If you want to support it, that'll be great. It'd be much appreciated because I got to pay for the server and stuff like that. I don't have to pay a software engineer to do this because I've been writing code for 15 years. So I kind of do it myself. And I kind of use AI for research and stuff like that. And uh, for certain things, my productivity level has gone up quite a bit. Um, but if you want to support it, that'll be great. Uh, do, do, do. If not, and I don't get enough support for this, well, I'll just have to sit here and trade for a living, and then I might not stream every single day. It might only be a couple days a week, and that way I can just throw on some music like I used to, and then just trade. We are still below on the 5 minute. We've been there for a couple hours. Up in this area around 11:50 was kind of decent. Of course, I was kind of away from my desk a little bit. But we've been down since roughly 11:55, all the way down, and that moving average has just been sloping downwards. We have not closed above it. We're starting to base out in this area right here around 200, uh, but it's starting to get late in the day. And I closed down my execution window because I'm only a couple $100 away from passing another eval, and I will do that tomorrow. Are you talking about the time on the x-axis? These times update in seconds. Yeah, these times right here are just updating in seconds. Right there, that 44, then goes this column right here, which actually I might make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it shorter or not because I don't keep a lot of the data historically for the live pulse because it just takes up too much resources. And actually, when I'm looking at the live pulse, I don't even look at the time down there, to be quite honest. Oh, you want it to be shorter to be able to get more on the screen? I could possibly do that. Yeah, to see more historically on the trade. I mean, I could possibly do that. Yeah, that actually might. Here, let me see. What do I have here? Profile page. Live pulse just show more historically. Yeah, I could possibly squeeze that in. Possibly like double it up a little bit more because right now it's like 10 seconds in between these columns right here. I could probably do 20 seconds in between the columns and try to get more in there. Uh, right now, if you just clear it, uh, let me show you 4252. Yeah, there's like 10 seconds in between each column. Uh, yeah. I got to think about if you do that. The reason that I did lock this is because if someone tries, like if you look at the minute bar, whoops, wrong way. If you look at the minute bar, it only goes back to 12:30. That's like 2.5 hours worth of data. Uh, and the reason I do that, I cap it like that is because of the resources that, so I know some people are gonna try and look at, uh, heat maps, like a live pulse, a 1 minute and a 5 minute. They'll have 3 or 4 charts up, and every single one of 'em will have a heat map, and you'll go back historically, and then the charts will go to a slow crawl, and then they'll ask me what's wrong. And I was like, "Well, because you're trying to show too much, stuff, and NinjaTrader cannot keep up." Uh, so I've had to cap it to test it to see how the performance is. Of course, my system, this is a Parallels, Windows on Parallels, so this is not a very strong system because I'm running a MacBook Pro, but I'm running NinjaTrader on Parallels, and I'm only giving it very little gigs, very little. So your machine might be able to handle quite a bit. That's why if you go here and you show this, resting orders and you try to go to like 5 resting orders and you click apply and it just starts showing all of this, that is really gonna lag the system down because every single little, pixel there has to be painted on, and that is really gonna lag the system down quite a bit, uh, and because it has to draw and paint that information on there. And the way that this has been coded, it is using the CPU to paint this using Windows Presentation Foundation. Later on, uh, that's why I always set this like 20 or something, just because, just clear this out, just because it doesn't use too much resources. Later on, what I'm going to be doing is the background here. You're gonna have multiple, I wanna have a pre-rendered the way the book map does it is book map's written in Java, and the way that they do it is they do a pre-rendered bitmap, okay? And then they use the GPU, your graphics card, to render that information, which makes it faster. Uh, I just have to create pre-rendered bitmaps of different colors so people can choose through different ones and refactor the code using pre-rendered bitmaps using your graphics card, and that would make the performance better. Therefore, I could show a lot more. Boy, this is just really just sitting here. Uh, so this is really sitting here. Uh, Next month, April, the middle of April, is going to be a very telling tale, and it will tell how much I can actually spend on time on this project and make it actually pretty large. Because I can trade and make money. I'm just used to actually making a lot more than what I'm making trading. Uh, if I can get some pretty good support for this and uh, I can spend time on writing this out and coding it the way I want it, that will be good. If not, I'm just going to have to go and be a contractor and write code for another company, and because I'm used to making 6 figures and up. Do 2 o'clock, 2:25. We are just sitting here. Not doing very much. I wonder what power hour is going to bring. We got a sell imbalance that just kicked in on the 1 minute, got taken away. We had no volume up there, and now they're starting to fill out the volume on the bids. We had no volume up there. I had a sell imbalance, but there was no stinking volume. That's one reason why I kind of like looking at a footprint chart. Uh, for one, I've always looked at a footprint chart trading order flow. Uh, Footprint chart and delta. So got large bids just sitting down there around 50 and 40 around here, 160, 159, roughly in this area. Looks like we're going to go down and test it. Uh, they didn't refresh that one. 158. Previous 1 minute, negative 160, current 1 minute, like negative 130 delta. Uh, we have a nice, see right here, this is hard to take though, because you have all this consolidation right here. Okay. But we have a sell off. Okay, little sell. Then you had this doji candle right here that was inside this candle, roughly inside this candle right up in here. Okay. And then when you break that low, you can go short and then probably pick up about 10, 15 points. But it's very hard to do that because you're right here in this area. And when you break that, you want to break it with good delta surge. When you see that delta kicking in, you need to be able to really break it. And we had 42 and 52 contracts right up in this area, which would have been nice and probably cutting yourself about 10 points. And we're below the moving average and we're sloping downwards. That's why I really like taking staying in the direction of this moving average when the 1 minute and the 5 minute are aligning. You want to take trades in that direction. Right now, you're looking for shorts. I created this live pulse just to give people the option to look at it because some people are just buying book map just to look at the volume and the heat map and the resting bids and asks, the resting offers on the books, and they're using it for a heat map and the bubble somewhat. So I kind of developed it. That's why I developed this live pulse for that. Uh, because people that are uh, people that are using Bookmap for that, and they're paying quite a bit of money for that. Bookmap is a large desktop application. I cannot compete with that. I'm just one software engineer. They've got a whole team and plus a lot of money behind them. Uh, but if I could make something that would help people out, then maybe they'll use it for this and going to be the first users for the founding of this project. That's $95 for a whole year of what I have already developed and what I'm currently going to develop in the next year, which is going to be TPO charts, volume profile. The DOM is going to be locked down. We're going to have chart trading. We're going to have VWAP, anchored VWAPs. I mean, it's just going to be one really multiple add-ons for NinjaTrader into one package. And then once all that gets locked down, and it depends on how much revenue that can bring in, then I will move into actually developing and releasing my own order flow trading platform. Because I would already have all this C sharp code that was already there, and it was just be a matter of porting it over to my own platform. And then I would have to write my own broker connections, which is not a problem because most of them, like Rhythmic, already have API systems for you to use. So it's not that difficult. It's just more code to write. And of course, you would have to test it friggin' aggressively. I mean, aggressively, because you're dealing with people's money. But that's what I would like to do. Next year, have my own order flow trading platform, and then maybe go to one of these little prop firms and say, hey, uh, you can be exclusive to this order flow trading platform for your users. And the users would get it for free, and the prop firm would have to pay me per user that's using it. But in order to do that, the NinjaTrader add-on has to be successful. And then I would have full control. There's a lot of limitations that I'm dealing with NinjaTrader. I wouldn't say a lot. I wouldn't say a lot. But there are some limitations I'm dealing with because their core system, I'm building this on their core system. And there's some limitations that I have to deal with. Uh, Again, it's 2:30. The 5 minute is still sloping downwards on the moving average. I'm pretty daggone sure the VWAP is not doing very much. I really do need to get the VWAP up here. I really do trade off VWAP as well. I like to know what's going on with it. The institutions definitely use it. They don't use it like we use it. They just know the number. We got some resting bids down there, 42 resting bids at 1/2. So I had some offers up there, but they kind of went away up here. Not much is happening. Are we going to close above the moving average on the 1 minute? But we have been breaking, making new lows throughout the whole stinking day. Standard deviation of the VWAP. Yeah, so we're like 1.5 standard deviation from it. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'd really like to get a VWAP. And what I'm gonna be doing, like down here, down below, there's gonna be like a footer, real small footer, probably the size of the time right there. And you'll just have little check boxes, kind of like this, where you can turn on the moving average. Then you have a checkbox to show the VWAP, show like the ON VWAP overnight VWAP, things like that. New York session overnight, things like that. And then you'll be able to show it. And of course, the VWAP will show up on the timeline here. I mean, not timeline, up on the price as well. Uh, that's just, and also an anchored VWAP. I want to develop an anchored VWAP as well, not just an overnight session VWAP and the New York session VWAP that you can choose to show by the check boxes down below, but also an anchored VWAP where you can All right, we closed above right there. We closed above. It was negative 26 delta, but we closed above on a positive candle. It's looking decent. We're at 80 positive delta uh, on the current 1 minute. You got a large seller right there, and then a large seller right there. So that large seller right there ain't very much. It's just the 32 contracts. I think that one was like an 80 or something like that. No, that was like 185. So that is quite big. That would be right up in this area right here. But if we can close above and maybe get a stacked buying balance or a large buyer, but I don't see no large buyers. They ain't been around since early morning. But if we get one down in this area and then you get a break of that candle, then you might be able to trade up into this area for about a 20 pointer. That's what the game plan would be. We closed above it. Okay, can we hold? That's only 48 positive delta, but that's good enough for me. Okay, you got to think on the 5 minute, we're butting up against the moving average on the 5 minute. If you look at the 5 minute, we're kind of butting up against it. As you can see right here on the 5 minute, moving average is still sloping downwards. We still got all those large sellers in that area. You got to think about them protecting their financial interest. They ain't going to give up too quickly. And if they do, it'll be one hell of a short squeeze. Of course, you don't know that. You don't know what they're thinking. You got about 60 sitting up on the offer around 215. These other ones were just kind of small. They ain't that big, but this one's pretty bright. And if you're looking for a pop, you're looking for a pullback. If you're looking for a micro pullback, you're looking for a micro pullback with low negative delta. Okay, you don't want big. You don't want to pull back with big, large negative delta. That's not good. Okay, you can always switch over. Right now, I'm looking at the order flow bar prints as just basically your basic footprint charts. I don't know if there's I don't know, copyright thing on calling things footprint charts. I have no idea, but just look at the delta. You can always look at a delta candle and see what's going on. So many people look at a solid chart candle like this. I'm like, okay, you can trade off of that. That's fine. I kind of like to know what's going on the inside of the candle. We got 215. You got some 60 offers up there at 215. We got some good positive delta right up in here. We're about 65, 60, 70 positive delta. If we get a pullback, that's fine. That's okay. That's a little bit healthy. But if it's too much of a pullback, then that's not good. We got 31 resting bids at 172. One and a half standard deviation on the VWAP from what Steve was saying. And that's another thing when I code in the VWAP, it's just going to be a basic VWAP. Then later on it will be you'll be able to do the 1, 2, 3 standard deviations and show them. But how software development is usually done is you get a minimal viable product out there and then you go from there. All right, we got about 30 some bids that came in pretty within 100 milliseconds. We're not doing very much, and the bids kind of went away. Like they kind of went away. Now you got the offers lighting up there like a Christmas tree. You got the bids sitting down there at 160 now. Oh, see what I'm talking about? You don't. You see what I'm talking about with the sellers and their financial interest? We just know they're there. I mean, we just know they're there because they're right here. Right here on the large volume profile. They're right up here at 289. I mean, that's quite far away. I mean, that's like 100 and some points away, but still, they've got a financial interest. Now they're sitting on the offer up there about 178, 183. What do we have on the bids? Nothing. So it could puke out pretty quickly. I mean, look at the 5 minute. We've been sitting here. It's like 240. We've been sitting on a 5 minute all the way here. We've just been going little micro pullbacks on a 5 minute. That was a pretty decent pullback right there. And it's just been kind of grinding down, breaking new lows. Kind of like last week on that day. What was it? Thursday, Friday? Thursday and Friday? It kind of did that. It's just breaking new lows of the day constantly. Yeah. Oh, I wish this, if this Iran stuff could just kind of iron itself out, that would be good. It would be really awesome if Iran could go back the way it was historically before the Ayatollah got in there. That place was actually pretty nice. I wasn't around, but from what I've read, Iran was a pretty cool place years ago before the Ayatollah got in there. I'm not too sure. We had them sitting there at one half here, kind of lit up a little bit. One half. Yep, they're there. There are about 40 of them. They're there. They're up in here too. They're getting filled up in here. Again, I don't like seeing it below, unless you're looking for a short. If you're looking for a short, this actually, you're looking for a short, yeah, that's nice. Also, yep, see you later. See you tomorrow. I'll be here at 9:15. I won't have to go anywhere, so there will be no me leaving during the afternoon. Sitting at 154. It's 2:45. I have closed out my execution window so I don't click any buttons and kind of regret that I did it. That eval, I got about a couple $100, little over a couple $100, and then I will pass that one. Then that will give me about 5 or 6 funded. I'm not sure. I have to check, but yeah. Then we'll be able to start slinging the funded. We'll start slinging the funded. What I'd like to do is with the funded, probably get about. I got one of them activated. Get two more activated, and then what I would like to do is just kind of trade one of them aggressively, two of them conservatively, and see what happens. See, that's the good thing about these prop firms. See, with the personal account, you just gotta be conservative, or you blow your stinking butt up. Uh, like I've done 10 years ago when I was learning this. But with the evals, you can go a little aggressive You still got money on it. Bull Knox, I think, has 90% thing. I need to really do get that affiliate thing. If people want to support this project, they could do it by getting evals from Bull Knox or whatever. They really want to support it and not and if they don't want to pay for it, that's fine. They can support it in other ways. Yeah. This is really hard because we've just been, I mean, look at this. We've just been for hours since 12 o'clock. We've just been sloping downwards. So you got 40 of them sitting there at one half. Yeah. All right. They getting filled or are they going to get absorbed? Because they ain't been getting absorbed all stinking couple of hours. So who knows? And if you do get a bounce, you might be able to get a 10-point bounce. If you get a 10-point bounce, if you got in here and you get yourself about 10 points right up in this area right here, you can get a bounce. I mean, movement average is sloping downwards, so the odds are really not in your favor. But hey, get yourself 10 points, move along. Or would you put your stop down below where we're getting ready to break, possibly down below up in this area about 148, 147. It's just not, the odds are just not in your favor. That's the problem. Because I'm looking at the movement average here, and that is sloping downwards. And what that is telling me is that the trend is definitely down. The exponential moving average is down. The Heikin-Ashi trend is definitely down. And that's telling me that that is what's going to happen. Could I go short? No. I don't know why. Because my thesis for today is I thought we'd have a pullback and then we'd go up. And then I could not flip for some reason. I could not flip my thinking today. Some days I'm good at that. Some days I'm thinking, okay, we're going to go up, and then the market tells me, nope, you are wrong. We're going down, and here's why I'm proving you wrong. And there's just multiple things that are proving me wrong, and then I'm like, okay, you're right, and then I flip, and I'm like, okay, and I'll go short, and then those are really good days. When I can't flip my thesis, then it's usually a mediocre day. And it's actually been lower than a mediocre day for me. So, but the account that I traded today is still green, still up, better than this morning. I was down. How much was I down? I think I was down about $400. I think 400 or 500. I can't remember. It was somewhere around there. I made a couple good trades, got to break even, and then I finally got a couple more trades, and then I kind of grinded it up to a positive day, and then I call it a day. Some days you're gonna lose a little bit. I was pretty close to my my self disciplined daily loss. I was pretty daggone close to it. And then I pulled it out and got myself to break even. Then I got myself a little bit positive, and then I'm like, okay, I'm done. You pull yourself out of a $400 hole, and then you're up about a few $100, then you kind of like, if you really think about it, that's like a $700-800 day. You might as well just go ahead and call it a day. Okay. When you pull your butt out of a hole, just call it a day. Come back another day. The market will be here. There will be trades to be made. Who cares if you miss a 50, 100 pointer? Who cares? There will be another one right around the corner. Okay? You can't get all of them. It's like when you go to them carnivals or whatever and you play that whack-a-mole. My goodness, you can't get all of them, but you can get some of them. All right, we're coming down here. We're filling them orders. We filling them orders. Look at it. Oh, we filling them, and we just keep breaking. Yep. That is the day that we've been having. Breaking new lows. Breaking new lows. Look at this stinking thing. Look at this stinking thing. Look at all them sellers up in that area. Look at all those sellers up in that area. Where are we at? Look at all them sellers right there. Right there, we have a large seller. I think that was that 185 seller right there. That's like that 30 seller. Okay, we had one large, really large buyer right up in here. That point of control for the large profile. You going where? Okay. Okay. Can you get me a crunch bar? Yeah, yeah, because last time you got 2 crunch bars and then and you said it was 1 for me, 1 for you. Why are you smiling? And then you said 1 for me, 1 for you, and then you tried to get 1.5 and only give me a half a bar. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, thank you. All right. Trying to negotiate with a 5-year-old is almost impossible. Yeah, she's saying 3 because she wants 2 of them. No, 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 no. I didn't say 3 crunch bars. Well, a 5-year-old lies. It's kinda like the government. You can't trust a word they say. Uh-huh. Is that what she said? Oh my god, I gotta wash my mouth. She said my 5-year-old saying this government's crazy. Oh my. Oh. Oh my word. Okay. I don't know what I was thinking about. I had my office door open. Whenever it's open, the kid knows that she can just come in here and just talk to me. But they're leaving to go do something. So I said, "Hey, can you give me some crunch bars?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well," I said, "can you get a couple of them? One for me, one for you." I said, Last time she got 2 of them, she tried to take one in half and give me half a bar." I'm like, "What?" All right. Yeah, we've been breaking lows all stinking day. We've been breaking lows all stinking day. All right, it's 2:53. If you made money for the day, walk away. If you lost, if you're losing money and it's a small red day for you, please walk away. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. You got to keep your small. You got to keep your losing days small if you're down. Okay, even on the evals. Okay, you got to be disciplined. Don't get the mentality of it either goes or blows. You know, don't be a gambling degenerate and full porting because that's not how you learn how to legitimately trade. Okay. We got some resting bids down there around 100, quite a bit, 250 of them. You know you want them. You know you want them. Go get them. You know you want them. Go get them. We are breaking the lows from Friday quite a bit. I really need to code me a TPO and volume profile chart. I really need to code one. I really do need to code one. It would be quite nice to have. Oh boy. You ain't gonna go visit the 100s, are you? You ain't gonna go get them 250 down there, are you? You're not gonna go do it, you stinking turd of a market. You got a buy and bounce area right here. You're still below the 5 minute movement average. You're still below that. We've been below it for quite a while. The sellers are stinking large and in charge. You ain't had a single large buyer. I don't even call that 34 a large buyer. That ain't nothing. These sellers have been in charge for quite a while. So I ain't trusting none of your stinking high delta, none of your stinking buy and bounces. And then the wife came in and said, well, she said we have to buy 3 crunch bars. So then the wife came in and said, 3 crunch bars? And I said, no, I told her 2. And she said, well, she's telling me 3. And I said, yes, she's telling you 3 because she wants 2 of them for herself and give daddy 1. I was like, and she's telling mom that I said that. And I'm like, what? And I told the wife, I said, no, she's like the government. She's lying through her teeth. And then you could hear her in there as she was at the door. Yeah, the government, they lie. I was like, oh my god, I gotta watch what I say. Yeah, we're sloping downwards. We've been breaking the lows all stinking day. Look at that. Look at that. We've been breaking the lows all stinking day. Look at that. All of that. Just been breaking. And the thing is, we ain't breaking with a lot of volume, to be quite honest, because the point of control is still up there around 3 1/4, about 330. We're still way up there. Okay. And if we really look at this, so we kind of scroll up, the large volume profile, this right here where the sellers are on the left, the buyers are on the right, that yellow right there is the point of control for the large volume bubbles. Okay, that's right there, and that is the large buyer. So and we just been grinding down. That's why it, double click, get back in there. That's why I'm like, man, this thing is just been breaking lows all stinking day. Oh, well, we come back down to that 100. Yeah, we might be able to get a decent trade here. If we could get a good absorption with a good positive candle, if you're new to trading and you're thinking this is hard, yeah, daggone right it is. Because I've been doing this for 10 years. This market condition is hard to trade. I'm telling you, it is extremely hard to trade. Okay, before all this Iran stuff and all this stuff was going on, I mean, I was cranking out 1,000, $2,000 days. Okay, and I was just chilling. I was like dancing in my office, playing music. Of course, I wasn't streaming at the time, and I didn't have this add-on out to the public. I was just using it for my own personal use. Of course, it wasn't as fancy as it is now. Um, and I was just chilling, making 1,000, $2,000, and then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. Now I'm just struggling just to make $500 a day. Shoot, I remember one day it was like over $3,000 in one morning. I'm like, holy smokes, this is. I mean, I was slinging around, but that's when I was slinging around a few minis, and I'd take about 10 points, move to a break even, uh, sell the second one, and have the last one for a runner, and then it would run, and yeah, it was really nice. Man, those were good days back then. Those were good days back then. We'll get them back. We'll get them back. Right now, I'm kind of scared to trade because of the news. Like, you get into a trade, if you get caught on the wrong side, you get your butt slaughtered. That's the problem. if you get caught up in news, you're either gonna go or blow, and that's just because of news. So, it's kinda really hard to do that. I like a nice non-craziness in the world, I don't like uncertainty, I don't like my word, she is still talking? Caroline Levitt is still talking to those people? My word, get off the podium. I was getting ready to close that tab and I clicked on it. I have her muted. And she's still talking. Oh man, I couldn't put up with that. I'd have to get out of there. They're like, I'm sorry, folks, but I just don't like talking to you. I guess she gets paid enough. 260 down there at 100. Come on there. Come on there. We got some volume coming up in here. We got some volume. We got some volume. We're kind of flatlining on the volume. We're flatlining. We're going big bubble, big bubble. We're kind of flatlining. Buy, sell, flatlining. Come on down to the 100. There was an absorption trade last week that I missed, all because I wanted I wanted it to come down 5 more points, and I missed it. That was not good. And the bad thing is, I walked everybody through it, except for myself, not clicking the button on because I wanted 5 more points down to get a better fill. Yeah, that always sucks. And then I said, "Well, missed that trade." And then, sure enough, about 30 minutes later, it got me a 30 pointer. So the moral of the story is, you're not going to get them all. You'll get some, but you got to have a "who cares" mentality. Okay, I missed it. Who cares? Next. Kind of like this one. Kind of like this one. Missed it for about 6 points. Oh well. Maybe I'll come back down. Who knows? Um, we kind of deviated from the moving average on the 5 minute quite a bit. Got them resting offers down there at 100. Don't think, are we going to get there? We might not, folks. We might not. If we close on this 1 minute, which I need a countdown, I need a countdown timer or something up in here. I need a countdown timer. Where could I put it? I could put it at the bottom, below the time where I'm going to have that bar, that little small footer. We could have a countdown timer up in here. That would be nice. Like if your main chart's 5 minutes, then you count down to 5 minutes. If it's a 1 minute, you do that. If it's a range bar or a tick bar, I don't know what you're gonna do. Maybe count that down. I did put in range bars and tick bars. And you know what? We need to take a look at that. We're looking at a 1 minute. Ain't nothing going on. Here, let me go take a look. We got some tick bars up here. We got tick bars up here. We got tick bars. I wonder. Hmm, I don't know. Something could happen. I better not be screwing around. It's 3 o'clock. You really shouldn't. During power hour, no. From the stats of my own, these are my own stats. The last hour is where I lose most of my money. So I stopped trading power hour. I just stopped trading it. Come on, man. You want that. You want that right there. That 260 bids, you want them. Y'all been selling the stinking market all friggin' day. There's a good thing. I didn't get slaughtered today. That's a good thing. I'm only up. I mean, well, I was down. I think my drawdown was like, I don't know how much my drawdown was. I need to check that. But at one time I was down I was losing $400 on this one account, and now I got it back up above a little over about a few $100, so that's pretty good. You know, that's pretty good. Dug myself out of a hole, got myself a little green, and then I call it a day. Oh yeah, you want that. You want that. You know, you're just salivating with that uh two 250 on a 101. You know, you're 250 101. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You know, you want the 101. Oh yeah, come on down. Come on down, a little 54. Come on down a little bit more. Oh, we gotta recenter that. Come on. What? Alrighty, already. Come on. Ooh, come on. There we go. Want some nice cell bubbles up in here. What you're looking for is you want some nice cell bubbles. Okay, you want them big cell bubbles right here, and you don't want it to keep breaking, but you want the big selling. You want the big selling. Kind of not like what we're seeing now. Need to see nice big cell bubbles. The big blue violet bubbles for like 50, 100, 200 contracts. You need some big, large bubbles. Nope, don't call me. Don't care about you. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. Now, here's the thing with absorption trades, we kind of poke down here. Here, let me get my little drawing tool that I coded in. Okay, we're down here. We broke that area. The longer that we stay down in this area, the worse it is for an absorption trade. You want it to come down and aggressively come right back up and reclaim that area and hold it. And we ain't doing that. We's not a doing that, folks. We's are not doing that. You want it to come to that area, pop down, aggressively come back into the balanced area and hold it, then move to the upside. And we ain't doing that. So that's telling me to stay the heck away from that one. That's what that's telling me. Stay the heck away from it. Okay, just stay away, move along. There ain't nothing to see. Move along. We got 188 of that nice little volume that was sell contracts. See what I'm talking about now that we're puking out? You know, NQ could shit the bed on us. Um, did you understand what I'm talking about? Where we saw that I wanted large bubbles. We saw them large bubbles and we kind of poked down and we kind of came back up, but we didn't hold it. We need to aggressively go down, poke your head down, see what's down below, then poke, and then aggressively come right back up into the balanced area where all the selling was and hold it. Then break that high. And we did not do that. So that's telling me a no go. And if you want to get in here and try to get out there, that's fine. You can get yourself 8 points. I don't play that little game. Plus, it's it's 308. I ain't playing no stinking game. Because I made my money. I was in the hole this morning. I put myself in the hole because I was I had a brain fart and I wasn't waiting for A plus setups like I told myself I would to pass this eval, and then I had a brain fart, so I lost about $400, and then I had to reclaim it, and now I'm back up positive uh, for the account. And I've got a few $100 to pass it, so hopefully tomorrow I don't have no more brain farts and I can pass it. Yeah, it's not what you want to see. This is not what you want to see there, folks. This is ugly. This is ugly. 2026 is going to be a bear market. That's what someone said. Someone said, oh, look at that. We've gone negative for today. See you later there, Mr. NQ. See you later. Where's the next stop? Is the next stop at 22,000? Woo! Man, if this thing goes down, if this thing goes down, oh my word, if this thing goes down to 18,000, man, I am going to be all over this thing in my IRA account. I will be slinging even the kitchen sink in that mother lover. Just don't tell my wife. Uh, I mean, you wanna see something ugly? Right there. That's some ugliness right there. That's just all selling. Yeah. I need to make the bubbles. I think I need to change the logic of the code up. I think I can uh, lessen some of the restrictions that I have. Boy, we are really crapping the bed today. Oh my word. Any news come out? Probably not. No, you got Levitt still talking. What the crap, girl? She must really like talking to them people. All right. Are we going to form an inside bar on this 1 minute? Well, we have no idea. We'll probably break the low again. Who knows? Oh, there we go. We broke the low. NQ is still shitting the bed, folks. NQ done shit the bed today. Woo, we going down. And my idiotic self thought we'd have a pullback and then we'd run up, and then I couldn't flip my thesis because I'm a hard headed freak. Sometimes I can flip, but today I didn't. Oh, last week was fine. Last week was fine. There was a day last week that I thought we were going to go up, and I was like, okay, I'm looking at this historically. I think we're going to do. I think we can move up, and sure enough, we were moving up a little bit during the market hours, about the first 15, 20 minutes, half hour, I think, and then all of a sudden it told me nope, and then it confirmed it, and then I flipped my thesis, and then I went short and got me a banger, but not today. I'm a hard headed MFer today. Normally, you can look at the 1 minute like this and actually see. Normally, you can see the 188 contracts right there. That is one execution. Okay, that is one execution with 188 contracts. Normally, and we're sloping down on the order flow bar moving average. We're sloping. Look at the 5 minute. The 5 minutes definitely shit in the bed. And then you get in on the break of that. Put your stop up here. That right there is about a 12, about a 15 point stop, and then you come down here for about 40 points, and you bank yourself about $800. Pay yourself, pay yourself a little bit on the way as it's crapping the bed. You pay yourself a little bit on the way. Maybe you come right here. You see that little doji, little spinning top. You break that with some good positive, good negative delta, and you actually do a add to the trade. Now your cost average is right here, and then you probably get yourself about $1,500. Oh, shut up! Don't you beep at me. We have been breaking those. Look at this. But look at all where all the volume is. It's up here. We got a little bit of volume right up in this area. So we got, I mean, the point of control is right here. We got all this volume right here. This is the value area. From here to here is the value area. We got a little bit of a hump right there, but we've just been going just straight down. We're looking at a delta candle right now. This is a Delta candle. Yes, oversold can get oversold. You know, I used to look at an RSI and a MACD and stochastics and all that, and then one day I just deleted everything. I just started over and found order flow and footprint charts, and I just started using that, and then a VWAP, and I started using that. And that's really all I did. And then John taught me the volume profile. Yep, they are definitely selling this thing off. I mean, I am a little ticked that I couldn't flip my thesis this morning. I am a little ticked at myself for not being able to do that. But I'm actually happy with myself because I didn't blow this evaluation. I've only got about a couple $100 to actually pass it. But then I just closed my execution box. I have enough self discipline to know, be like, you know what, today's not your day. You come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Maybe you'll get it in one trade. Maybe tomorrow I'll take a loser and then take two winners and pass it. Yeah, I have no idea. But you gotta have some self-discipline and realize when you're on, you're on, when you're off, you're off. Yesterday, not yesterday, I think Friday or one of them days, Thursday or Friday, my batting average was 50%, but I was positive for the day, I think around 500, 800, I can't remember. But it was like 50% batting average, and I was still not happy because my batting average is usually 60 to 70%, which means I actually took trades that I shouldn't have taken. See, this is where people get all giddy and they try to go long and try to pass an account and go off full port on it. And me, I don't like, I don't look for the whole move. I try to get a slice of the pie and leave a runner. But here lately, I've only been doing like one, maybe two contracts. Today, it's only been one mini just because I'm just not feeling it. We got the news that started at 7:30 this morning. I'm like, man, you people are at it again. Then you got the Hal, the old fart, old white-haired fart talking. I mean, my word. And then you got Levitt. She's still talking to them freaks. Yep, she's still talking. I mean, I just ain't felt it today. Tomorrow will probably be pretty good. Tomorrow will be pretty good. Trump. You know what? Trump wanted to run his mouth at 10 o'clock last week. I think it was Thursday or Friday. I can't remember. But then he showed up a half hour late. Commander in chief needs to show an example and be on time. That's from me. I spent 5 years in the United States Marine Corps. You get your ass there on time. And if you're a commander in chief, you set an example. Uh, you know, they just talk too much. Just talk, talk, talk. That's why the world economy and the way it is what it is, because all these world leaders is all they do is run their stinking mouth. Why don't they, like my dad said, sit down and shut up and think about what you need to do? Okie dokie. So we've been breaking new lows. They got the offers sitting up there. There's only about 30 of them over there at 065, but they ain't much what we got down below. Oop, what we got down below. We got about 40 at 040. So we ain't got much going on, folks. We just got some more selling. You had that 188 contracts, 188 contracts and one execution kicked off. That could have been right there. That could have been some support right there. You get you about 15-point stop and get yourself about a 40 pointer. That would have been nice. Moving average still sloping downwards. We actually broke out of a little consolidation area. That's what the market likes to do. The market likes to find value, and then it will trade in an area, have a little auction going on. What it likes to do is piss off new traders, and then it will either find uh, value to the upside or to the downside. Well, it found it to the downside. And what are we going to do? More than likely, most of the time, the market will just sit there and auction around, and maybe it'll find value to the downside. Maybe it'll find it up to the upside. We have no idea. When it does do that, most of the time, it'll just kind of bounce around. The market likes to sell off, go into a bounce mode, piss new traders off, and then kind of sell off again or rally. We have no idea. But we do have a large 188 seller right there. You get it on the break of that low right there. You put your stop up there. You're using this 188 sell contracts for this one execution as support. Okay? You got the moving average sloping downwards. And then you end up with the NQ shit in the bed even more with the 40 pointer. That's just the way it is. And it looks like we're going to find more value to the downside. Okay? We're going to find more value to the downside. Right now, we're in a balanced market area. Boom. Yep. See? Sells off, balanced market area. Most of the time, it does that. Sometimes it will go straight down and come straight back up in a V shape. Sometimes it does. But the selling doesn't last forever. The buying don't last forever. Sometimes in a balanced market, we might only stay there for a few minutes and then sell off more. It's just the way it is. That happens in every time frame. Kind of look at the one at the 1 day chart. Look at a 1 day chart and see what we did all through friggin' March, all through like February, March, like just balanced around. Then we broke it. Just auction market theory. Why do, why does that 188 still order stay on? So the 188 stays on the chart because as a bubble. Yeah, so this 188, the way I have coded this, we don't have any more there. 188, that was one execution, one order with 188 contracts. That's like institution market makers, and it stays there for a certain time period, and then it will drop off. But it will stay on the histogram over here. Uh, it just stays there because it kind of gives me an idea of, hey, that is where sellers were. Kind of like with the, kind of like on a 5 minute right here, we had a 185 sell contract, then we had 32. Now we got that 188. I just leave it on there for a certain time period because I can look to the left and see where there was support. Now, what I would like to do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to update the code. I'm going to update the code so where, like right now, we're looking at delta. And if you were looking at a delta, that's fine. If you're looking at volume, this is volume now. I'm only going to keep that for a little bit, but the bubbles I'm looking to keep for the whole New York session because it doesn't take much resources for that to stay there. But all this volume and delta, it does take up quite a bit of resources. But and of course, this right here, you have the live pulse with the heat map right here. And of course, you can do the settings, whatever you want. Resting orders, I have it set to 15 because I don't need to see the whole heat map. I think it's after an hour or so, it drops off. I'm not sure. For 2 hours. I'd have to look at the code. I can't remember. It's been over a month before I wrote that. But I keep it there so I can kind of look at it historically and kind of see where we're coming up on. But what I like about this histogram right here is that you really don't have to look to the left that much. This histogram, uh, this large volume, you see where it says LG volume, this large volume histogram, large volume profile. I can look and see historically where most of the large sellers were, and that was right here in this area. Okay. And then we had a large seller here, and then somewhat of a large seller there, and then we had this large seller here at 188. You had that one right down there. Okay. This one right here. And when you actually coming up, if you're in the long and you're coming up and you know historically there was a large seller up there, that is a financial interest to them. So they were there historically, so they might still be there and might be an interest of them throwing in some more sell contracts, kind of like how they did in this area right here. Okay. And of course you have the delta right here. You have that delta right there. It kind of tells you, well, kind of recentered. And what I'm looking to do is probably put the total number of large sellers and buyers, like put the total number of the large sellers down at the bottom here and the total number of large buyers down at the bottom so you can kind of see there's more large sellers and buyers of one order contracts. A lot of people try to catch a falling knife, and what they'll see is they'll see this big sell off right here. And what they'll do is they'll try and they'll try to buy it in this area and try to go long. What they don't understand is they're not seeing that there was a large seller of 188 contracts. There was institution market maker activity, large sellers right there. And then it will come up here and kind of chop around. And then all of a sudden it'll come right back down. Okay. And they don't understand that there was a large seller right there. Kinda like how we did in this area, but we kind of poked our heads up a little bit more. See right here, you had that large seller right there, 185 contracts, and we kind of came up here. And then we kind of poked our heads up a little bit, but then we kind of grinded in that area and we kind of went down. And then we had another large seller, probably the same institution or market maker, and they're pushing it down. But people don't see that. They just try to catch a falling knife. And they don't see what's going on, what the big dogs are doing. And you can use them for support. Because here's the thing, if you see 188 contracts, if you actually got in on that and you got yourself a little bit of profit and you come back up into that area, you can be like, okay, you had that large seller there before. Are they still going to do it? And then when you see the delta flipping from positive to negative because that's resistance, uh, you might come back up into this area and it'll bounce around a little bit and then the delta will start going negative. Then you get a nice sell and balance area or another large sell order right there. then you can use that as your stop, and then you kinda get in and you're using the backs of the big dogs, of the people pushing the market around. You're using the backs of them, okay? You're not like, well, one of my old saying was in a Discord when I was, doing this was, I used to tell them, "Let the big dogs eat and you pick up the crumbs." Okay, are you gonna get the move from here to here? Possibly not. Not a 50-pointer, and if you are, I mean, good job. Good job if you did. But can you at least get it? You see a large seller here, and then you see the break of that area right there, and then if you get in here, maybe you start seeing the positive, uh, volume right up in there, and you get out for about 30 points and make yourself about $600. Yeah. You know, you're not looking for the whole move, you're looking for a piece of the pie. You're looking for your base hits. You get your base hits and you start getting a 60, 70% batting average doing this, you're going to start passing accounts left and right, and you're going to get funded, and you're going to get payouts and getting them left and right when your batting average is 60 to 70%. It's going to happen. Are you going to take some stop outs and get stopped out for about 15, 20 points here and there? Yes. You're not going to be right all the time, but you're using the backs of the big players to do that. Kind of like the backs of this big player here. If you're do, 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 let's say you have this large seller right there. Let's say you get in right here, and let's say you get out right here. Well, that's about $1,300 move. We move back up into this area. You have it. We're still selling off. Moving the moving average, order flow bar moving average, still sloping downwards. We got 32 contracts that kicked off in that area. Well, you had a large backer right there, so why not get in here? Maybe you take yourself maybe about 20 points worth of heat. Maybe you get out here for about 30 points. We have no idea. Leave yourself a runner, and then maybe you can get yourself 70 points. You're using these large trades from the institutions. You're using the large one order trades from the institutions for backing. Uh, Now, sometimes they can get caught on the wrong side. Let's say instead of 188 sell order, let's say that was some crazy market maker that was on drugs or drinking at the desk or whatever. Let's say they threw in 188 buy contracts. Hey, looking good. I like that. Yep. Oh, oh, you drink out of that? Yeah. Oh, now that's what we needed. Alrighty. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Okay. Let's say this was a large buy, 188 buy contracts. Okay. They got caught on the wrong side. Okay. You definitely start shorting here and then you want to cover up here. Okay. Because that is a trapped buyer. If that was a buyer. Okay. I'm just saying if that was a buyer, that would be a trapped buyer. And you definitely want to short it. Okay. Because they're on the wrong side. Because 5 minutes just sitting there sloping downwards. And the 1 minute was sloping downwards. And if that was a buy, that would be a trapped buyer. They don't happen all the time, but they do happen. Okay, they do happen. We haven't had any stinking buyers. Okay, I mean, I'm looking at the histogram right here. The last buyers we had was up in this area about 275. That buyer right there, that buyer right there, that was the last one we had. We ain't seen none since. We ain't seen none since. That buyer probably got trapped too. Um, oh, put them in the fridge. So yeah, but hey, how many is yours? Ah, okay. All right, I'll be right back. Ah. Oh yeah, that's right. We gotta do that. That's next month. Um, yeah, we ain't seen a stinking buyer in a while. Oh, we kinda closed above the moving average. We might. Oh, look at that. They trying for it. 336. A little late in the game. A little late. You're a little late to the game there, folks. But we got buy in. We got a buy in balance. Oh boy, they kind. Oh, have they come alive? All right, is Levis still talking? Oh my word! Or, wait a minute, I think she stopped. I can't remember. I think she stopped, and we got is that live? I don't know. I just want to shut it down. Um. All right, something's going on. Something is going on. All right, so you got a buy and balance area right there. Um, it's not what I like to see is we have the low there, we have the high there. I like to see it about 50%. It's roughly about 50%. It'd be really nice if it was up in this area as a buy and balance and you closed above it. That's what you want to see. But the problem is we deviated from the moving average right here quite a bit. We deviated about 30 points from the moving average. So when that happens, normally you can get a pullback to the moving average. So if you get a pullback back to the in this area, you can look for a buy signal and then try to get a run up. You can we got some high positive delta. Yeah, I'm on a delta chart. High positive delta right here. We got buy and balance and positive delta. So right there in that area, there was some good delta on this bar. Plus, if you look right here, there was good delta on the New York session delta profile. That is good. Okay. You can kind of use that as support. Okay. But you don't want to get in like right now. Okay. I mean, you're looking at 110 negative delta on this candle right here. You're only looking at 16 positive delta on a 30-point move. I mean, you might want to be a little leery of that right there. That's not ideal. I wouldn't be taking it because quite frankly, we've been selling off all stinking afternoon. um, I just really wouldn't. I'd be leery. And if you do want to get in about half your size. Test the waters. At least if you're wrong, you're not going to get clobbered. And if you're up in profits, don't be giving back all your money. If you give back more than what you've made today, you really, really need to walk away. Okay, we had 110 negative delta. I mean, that is don't like that. You know what I would like to do? This would be nice to be able to right to be able to click in this area and drag across here and be able to tell me the whole delta in this whole area right here. That would be really nice. This whole area right here, kind of like show you a profile, kind of like how Deep Charts does it. It'll show you a volume profile and a delta profile, kind of, and that would be really nice. I mean, I could do that. I got all the data to do it. Here's the thing: I'm collecting all the data. I'm collecting all the data from the market data to the depth of market. I'm collecting all the data, every single tick, every single order, every single tick. I'm collecting all the data, and it's just a matter of doing the presentation. So actually, if you get in here, this is if you get in here, your stop is down here. Okay. So if you get in here, your stop's down here at about 12 points. Okay. and you're looking, once you get up here into this area right here, you got to be selling half and moving to a break even. If you get up in that area, you got to sell half and move to a break even. We had a little pullback here. We had 110 negative delta on that candle, higher than what I really like to see. This candle was 45. This candle right here is a pullback. It's 24 delta. This is really not an ideal micro pullback. It really isn't. That really is not an ideal pullback, but the moving average is sloping upwards. Okay. And if you look at the 5 minute, look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute, we've kind of reclaimed all them bars right there. So it's a bit bullish engulfing candle. But the problem is we're still sloping down on that 5 minute moving average. That's why if you get up into that target area, you gotta trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana, move to a break even, peel some of that banana off. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. You gotta peel some of that banana off. And just because you came right up here and you really didn't get the whole ump of it, you really got yourself about 5 points. Come on, man. Just pay yourself a little bit and move to a break even or whatever. Or actually pay yourself enough right here. Pay yourself about 10 points and give yourself about a 10-point stop. You know, you got to think about how your mind works with your risk. Okay. I know how mine works. I know how I trade. I've been doing it for 10 years. So I kind of know how my thought process is. So that's just the way I am. Okay. The way I am is I would have came up here and probably already taken about 10 points because I look for a pop, I sell a little bit, and then I move to a break even and manage the trade. That's just me. That's how I trade. Okay. I like doing my base hits. I like getting my home runs with my runners. I don't try to get a stinking home run all the time. The only thing I can really tell you is be aware of the stupid gurus on YouTube. You got to think, you got that 188 sell contract right here. That was up in this area, right up in here. You got negative delta right here. Okay. When you're in this trade right now and you're positive, when you're in this trade, I could not do anything because I closed out my execution box. I closed it out. And it's a good thing. I mean, yeah, I could have passed the eval by now and been done. But I'll get it tomorrow. You got to think when you're up in this area right here and you're seeing that wick and you're down here, you really got to be paying yourself some, folks. You got to be paying yourself 20 points. I mean, there there are desk traders that would love to make 20 points every single day. Day in and day out, consistently making 20 points. There are some institutional desk traders that would love to do that. That's just the truth. These fake prop firms are about the worst thing that could have happened to the financial markets and people learning how to trade, to be quite honest, because all it has done was basically get people's mindset of being a bunch of gambling degenerates. This is how the sausage is made in the financial industry. You trade like a monkey, okay? You got in here because you had a run up, you had a little micro pullback. If you break that low, you got to get out because you probably come down to this area and you really don't want to be taking a freaking $600 loser on one mini. But can you come up here, pay yourself a little bit? I would have paid myself right here. Once we started breaking that area right there, I would have paid myself 6-7 points and leave a little runner. I probably would have just paid myself already and been done with it because I ain't trading a whole bunch. Okay, don't worry. This is what you really gotta be aware of is the double, trip, and dipping areas, okay? You gotta be aware of the double, trip, and dipping, too many clicking. Uh, you had a run up, you had a micro pullback, you have another run up, you get a little micro pullback, you got a hammer on there. That's a negative 57 delta with positive right there. if you're trying to get in on the break of this, thinking you're coming way up here, you got to be aware of that large seller right there. You see that large seller right there, about 1506, about 306. You got to be aware. Are they still there? Are they still there? And are they going to keep this area down? We've been selling all stinking day. Look at the 5 minute. It's the first time we have closed above the 5 minute in a long time. So if you're in this trade and you came up here and you made yourself 20 points, good job. Walk away. Come back tomorrow. You got about 5 minutes to the 350 algo kicks in before these institutions start shuffling around their money. Sometimes nothing happens. Sometimes it goes all nutty on you. You got to be aware of the 350 algo of the institutions shifting their money around. Okay, this is what you want to see. You want to see this. This right here is not an area you want to trade. Okay? You want to see the moving average sloping upwards the way it did, a pullback. The pullback's not ideal. Why? Because of that 110 negative delta right there. That one candle. Just don't like it. Why? Because these right here weren't positive deltas that much either. Positive, negative 16, then you have a 110 negative. I don't like that. I don't like that. But if the risk is good for you, about a 12, 15 point stop, make yourself about 20 points, why not? Take it. Leave yourself on the table. You got yourself a nice little runner. You can sit there and come up, but you gotta think. You gotta think. Look. You see that seller right there? You see this negative delta? We gotta get through that. If we get through that, it could be good night for them. You got 3 minutes to 350. You gotta make a decision. If you're profitable, just go ahead and close it out. Because that when 350 hits, it could slam down or slam up, or it could just sit here and do nothing. You really got to think about that. Take just 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 there we go. There you go. You got 100. Did that did that person just that 188, did they just cover 100 and sell to somebody else? This is a zero sum game in the futures market. That means somebody's 100 long. That means that institution market maker probably just sold somebody them 100 contracts, and now they're looking to get out. Okay? Now they're looking to get out. It's 350. They know what's going to happen. They know what's going to happen at 350. Did anybody make any money on this trade? Got 355 positive delta on that candle right there. The bad thing is we've deviated quite a bit. We've deviated quite a bit from this moving average. Uh, you know what's even more ideal is when you have a run up like this and you have a pullback, and then right in this area, right here, in this area, you have a large seller with the moving average sloping upwards, and you have a large seller, and then you get a break of that high, and that large seller is trapped. And now you run up, and they cover, and it puts fuel to the fire to the run up. That's what's awesome. It don't happen all the time, but it normally happens at least once a day. Of course, it hasn't been happening here recently, because, well, the market's a little nutty right now with the Iran stuff going on. You see right here, you see what I'm talking about? This area right here, dude, this whole area right here, folks. This whole area right here. We got 1 minute, 350 going to kick in. Um, you see right here, you had more delta, more positive delta, so it's definitely bullish. But you got to be aware of where you have been. And if you can't see that seller because it dropped off or it's too far back, you can always look at it on the histogram, because I'm keeping that. You see that 350, how the 350 just kind of like really kind of spiked down. There's just money being shifted around. That's all. Um, that's why you want to get out because it could spike all the way down to here. I've seen it spike all the way down to here. I've seen spikes way up. Okay, that's just the way things are. There's a reason why I do one order executions because I really want to see where the big players are at it. If you want to, you can look at the live pulse right here. That's fine. And I'm going to probably close that out. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be uh, probably modifying the bubbles a little bit for 100 millisecond fills. I really need to think about how I want to architect that before I start refactoring the logic of this stuff. Yeah, okay. Oh, I just shut it down. I just shut down the live pulse. Okay, here, let me bring the live pulse back up. Well, it's logic that I wrote for live pulse. Okay. Let me choose live pulse. Let me click apply. Let's see what's okay. So live pulse. Live pulse is basically okay. Live pulse. You see how that was 25 contracts right there. Right there, that's 25 contracts. 25 contracts right there. Within one circle, I am aggregating all the buy volume and sell volume within 100 milliseconds. So that 39 sell contracts right there, that was within 100 milliseconds. There was 39 sell contracts in this bubble. Okay, that's not one order. That could be multiple orders. Okay, that could be 4 or 5 orders. We have 2 or 3 orders. We have no idea. Okay. But that's within 100 milliseconds that I'm aggregating this data. Okay. And Bookmap does basically the same thing. I don't know exactly what they do, but that 71 right there was 71 sell orders within 100 milliseconds. When you see a buy, yes, multiple versus one single. When you see 100 contracts, that's 100 contracts right here at that level. One execution of 100 contracts. And some people will say, well, how can you have 100 contracts when the level 2 doesn't show 100 contracts? It only shows like 30. How can you get 100 contracts and one order get filled? Well, the reason for that is because the level 2 is just a snapshot of the market within milliseconds. Okay, you're talking milliseconds, microseconds, milliseconds. Also, you're talking about institutions and market makers that play off the backs of each other. They are playing on a whole different terminal. They're playing a whole different game. So Goldman Sachs might want to buy 100 contracts, and then BlackRock will be selling 100 contracts, and then a market maker does its job, and it just kind of they think of it as backroom deals that you and I cannot see. They are on a different terminal. They can see the orders that each other are doing, and they can look at the trade IDs and know where true iceberg orders are coming in. So they know, okay, Goldman be selling 100 contracts. BlackRock goes and buys them 100 contracts in one single order. One single order. That's where you'll get those bubbles from. That's why you see 69 buy contracts there, but only 49 right here. Only 49 of them got filled in the backroom deals. Maybe the level 2 wasn't that much. And they can do those kind of deals because the only thing that needs to get reported to the Security Exchange Commission is the executed orders. Okay, that's why we see this because it is regulated. It's regulated. They have to show us this. They don't have to tell us who did it. They just have to show it. Okay. Now, the large bubbles here are very valid. Within 100 milliseconds, extremely valid. So is the one single order contracts. I like playing the one single order contracts more. I get less trades, but I understand where my edge is. Okay. And if you look at this, okay, if you look at this, uh, you had 188 sell contracts. Okay, right here in this area, that histogram it showed that right there. Then you had 100 buy contracts. Then we kind of consolidate in this area a little bit. We were still moving up on the moving average. You can use that 100 contracts right here as support. So when you see 32 contracts kick off right here, you can be pretty sure that if you buy here, or if you wait for it to pull back to this area, if we even get there, maybe you do your first entry here and your second entry here, and your cost average is right here. Okay, you know, if you lose this 100 buyer right here at about 15 points, more than likely you're going down. Okay, but you can use the backs of that, and then you get yourself a nice 40-point run. You can use the backs of that 100 right there. At 188, you got to be careful in this area. That's probably why we kind of consolidated and pulled back a little bit, but then we kind of broke that area. Got the 100, you got the 32. You can use that as support. This could be a support area. You break that area, you're going down, more than likely. Okay, just like this 49 right here. 49 contracts kicked off. Okay, you can actually go in here, use that for support. Okay, you can use that for support, and then you get a nice little run up. Okay, you don't do that when the moving average is sloping down. You do it when the moving average is sloping upwards. Okay, you do it when the 5-minute is looking like that. You do it when the 5-minute bars are green and moving up. Okay, that's when you do it. Um, you don't do it on the 5-minute red bar. You do it on 5-minute green bars as it's going up, because it's just putting the odds in your favor. We have an institution market maker that just did 100 buy orders, 32 then 49. I mean, the odds of it moving up is pretty daggone good. I just don't like trading at this time period, because I just don't have an edge, to be quite honest. You see, now that we lost that 47, let's see what happens when we come down to 49. It's like 2 minutes to 4, so it's just not really anything to really do. Hopefully tomorrow we have a better trading day. I mean, I've had a good trading day. I'm up. I'm green. I just need to pass this eval and have about a handful of funded, about 5 or 6 funded accounts with Bullnox, and then I can just start cranking them out. Hopefully, I can go back to the good old days of $1,000, $2,000 a day, and that'll be looking sweet. Do. But hopefully, that makes sense where you really need to look for a move. Think of auction market theory. Okay. Market moves down. We had a consolidation area, a little bounce market. It likes to piss off new traders who are trying to go long. And your veteran traders are going to be like, well, this is a bounce market. I'm going to wait until we break down or we break up. We break up, we get a little small pullback, a little micro pullback. You get in there and you got yourself a nice little run. Okay. And if you were wrong, well, it only cost you about $300. You're not going to be right all the time, but if you're right about 60 to 70%, like I am, you'll do okay for yourself. It's a lot better than just trying to sit there and go long just because you think that the market is oversold a little too much, and you're like, well, RSI MACD stochastic says it's oversold, and it's starting to slightly cross back over, so I'm going to go long, and then you get slaughtered like a pig. Well, that's because it's not telling you that the sellers are in control, and these institutions have slammed in a heck of a lot of orders into the market right up in this area right here, and we just kind of went down. I just use this moving average because it kind of keeps me in line. And there's more stuff to come. There's a lot more stuff to come. This is 4 o'clock. It's not what you really want to be trading. But when you start getting a sell like this, yep, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here at 9:15. Hopefully, I won't be late clicking the go live button like I was today. I was sitting here and I was like, why is that thing says go live? It means I'm not live. Okay. Uh, this is kind of what you want to see. When you see stuff like this and you're getting ready to sell, you got to understand you just had a buyer, large buyer in this whole area right here. Okay. So some people will try to go short right here, and they're wondering and they're grinding up and down in this area, and they're like, "Well, how come we're not dumping?" Well, for one thing, you got 100 contracts there, 32 there, 49 here, 47 here. We just ran up. This is a financial interest to them. This whole area is a financial interest to them. The only way you're going to go down is if they start taking heat, and they're going to be taking too much heat, and then they capitulate, and then they just go ahead and sell. So if you're going to try and find a trapped buyer like this, and you're thinking, okay, we closed below the moving average, and Chris says, well, if you get a trapped buyer, you go short right here, and you can get a run downwards. Well, you got to look to your left. No, because there was a large buyer right there. Okay, plus the deltas right there. Okay, plus you got the buyer on the histogram. So that's no. You gotta sit here and wait. Sometimes you gotta wait 3 or 4 hours and get yourself a couple good trades. You know, so many traders are impatient. They want to pass evals immediately. Well, this whole thing about I want instant gratification is very difficult if you have that type of mindset when you're trying to trade the financial instruments. Instant gratification is going to get you slaughtered in this industry. So it's 4:03. I am going to take off. I will be back at it at 9:15 tomorrow. Uh, but I will just go ahead and download it. If you have any problems, just send support at orderflowbars.com. Just send an email. I'll check it. If you do have any problems installing the new update, just make sure you go to Tools, remove Ninja Script Assembly, and just remove Orderflow Bars Pulse. If you have it before, just go ahead and remove it. Going forward, you shouldn't have to do that, but if you do have problems installing an update, just remember to just go to Tools, remove Ninja Script Assembly, and just remove Orderflow Bars and do a clean install. And it's going to be free for about the next couple weeks. It's going to be free. After that, it's going to be like $95 for a whole year. That's like $8 a month. I mean, with this, and once you watch me in a couple weeks, you'll be able to do this on your own. You'll be able to catch your own fish. That's all I have. I'll talk to you later.